Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
McKinnon is in at running back. First down and goal to go. Play action fake. Right side throw. Touchdown! Kansas City! McCole Hardman with the catch on the right side. A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22. And the Chiefs Kingdom has started its own history class.
And with that, we start the Monday edition of Sean and RJ back home in DFW here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. You think Bobby Belt may be struggling coming in at 6 o'clock?
I have a feeling, based on his text messages to us last night, which we cannot read. Now, we can read them over a satellite radio or a podcast, but on this, we cannot. Let's see. He used very, very troubling language.
Was this when he was talking about Taylor Swift?
Well, that, and then other things that he was talking about later on in the text chain. And,
well, it's safe harbor, right? You know,
it's not that safe. It's not that safe. But he's not a fan of. What I gathered from that one is that he's not a fan of Taylor Swift or Jesus. Either one. Either one of the two. I don't believe he's a big fan of either one.
We will keep that amongst us. A pretty boring game turned into a very exciting one. We almost had the scripted double overtime. As the CBS Sports chairman said, the script is in. We're going to get the double overtime. But Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs end up crushing the hearts, thank goodness, of the San Francisco 49ers. I could go to sleep like a baby.
There was one idiot at the Super Bowl party I was at. There was about 20 people there that was rooting for San Francisco. One.
Did they all have their big, like, fake chains on?
No. Nobody was dressed.
Okay.
Nobody was dressed up in any kind of a team gear.
Not that big of a fan.
Yeah, they were just rooting for him, I think, because their family member lived in, they had a distant relative that lives in San Francisco. Why anybody would live there, I don't know. There was one, the host had a Cowboys shirt on. Just sort of trying to speak things into existence.
Like Post Malone.
Which, big time foul. Huge foul. Cannot wear another team's gear at a game. That is not playing in that one. I've got some very close friends who disagree with me on this one, and they're entitled to their incorrect opinion. When you go to a game that your team is not playing in, you must tuck your tail between your legs.
Like the Steelers couple who told us to shut up on the bus when we landed in Vegas.
Yes.
Like, why are you wearing a Troy Polamalu jersey?
Absolutely. Why would you wear a jersey of somebody that is not, A, not playing, B, not even active?
Look, I'm thrilled that San Francisco lost. We can get into the Kyle Shanahan choking stuff, and would you rather have just not been there like the Cowboys versus this two-time heartbreak for them? The story to me is how disheartened the rest of the National Football League has to feel. And I don't know if I would go as far as what you texted to call it a rebuild, but the Kansas City Chiefs were down this year, and they still won the damn thing. That is so disheartening. It should be disheartening to the rest of the entire league that this offense struggled like this, had to rely on the defense, did not have a wide receiver that you didn't laugh at while relying on Travis Kelce, who struggled this year with people talking about retirement for him, and they still end up pulling it out. That is the main storyline. Kansas City going back-to-back. Mahomes with his third Super Bowl MVP, and they weren't the best team, it felt like, throughout the entire season. They just had the secret weapon.
Yep, they got him. They've got him, and I think that I think that in the short term, teams will be disheartened, but I think in the long term, this is good for them because they what it takes. Got to find that guy. And we're not even talking about, like, you could have, if Josh Allen's he runs into him every year, right? Josh Allen is as good as it gets talent-wise. He runs into him every year and he loses every year. He's just on a different level than everybody else is in the sport. And, you either do what a lot of teams historically do, and that's when you've got an elite quarterback in your division, you just try to stop him with elite defense. Well, that doesn't work necessarily. You got to find that guy. I think every team that has a quarterback that is outside the elite category today is saying, we got to find a new guy.
Well, is it a smart strategy to say we have to find Mahomes? Because we're going to be talking. So that means we have to find an all-time great who could be better than Tom Brady. What are the chances of that? Yeah. Or building in a more logical way?
No, I get it. I get it. But, like, he's showing you that if you build it in a logical way, he's still going to beat you. There are teams that have Josh Allen that can't beat him. I understand. I totally understand what you're saying. That is a one-off then, right? I don't think that's going to be something that you can sustain over the course of time to find a great team, a great roster to beat him. This was as good of a roster as you're going to find in San Fran, and they still couldn't do it.
When did the game turn? Take me through the ebbs and flows in your own mind. Felt like San Francisco should have been up a lot more. Bobby had tweeted that, said, feels like they should be up 17 points. Like, I'll remember this as San Francisco controlling the game. San Francisco should have won the game, but then you had Michael Jordan at the end. That's what this was to me. And I would argue that the game and the momentum really turned on this.
Tommy Townsend is sent to punt inside the Kansas City 25. The punt will come from our right to our left. It's a knee-high long snap, a right-footed punt. And here is the ball landing in front of Ray McLeod, who gets it on a... Oh, he fumbled! He had the ball and he fumbled it at the 17. The Chiefs have recovered! Oh, calamity!
The great Kevin Harlan with the call. Hopefully he has a play-by-play of the streaker as well, like he did with that legendary call in the past. The muff punt, ball on the 16 for Kansas City. MVS scores on the next play for the 13-10 lead. That, to me, felt like the swing.
Yeah, easy. I think it really was the only one that you can even point to. I don't know of another distinct play where I thought, ooh, baby, here we go. We got something here. I think that was clearly it. That was a great call. You can keep those calls in the playoffs and the Super Bowls. Love them. But that was easily, I think, the play.
San Francisco went 101 minutes without a first down.
That good?
101 minutes between first downs, but you got to be bitter. You got to be sick if you're them, right? You feel like you played better. San Francisco played better overall in the game. They just weren't adding it up on the scoreboard.
Right. I mean, the first half, like these teams kind of traded punts, I should say, early on. But then, they kind of settled in, and San Fran gets that first field goal, and then they were able to get the touchdown a little bit later. So, I mean, you're up 10, another game. Again, we've talked about this. When you're up 10 on Patrick Mahomes, you're still an underdog. He's got almost a 60% winning percentage when trailing by 10 points in the game. At any point in his career, you're still a dog.
Pepe, are you happy with the outcome with the hated 49ers still not having won a championship since 1994? With the Cowboys since 1995, misery loves company.
Not winning a Super Bowl in the last 30 years could never be my team. I'm thrilled. I mean, look, last year we avoided the Eagles, winning the Super Bowl. Now we're avoiding the 49ers winning. Who knows what it is next year? Maybe the Giants. I don't know. But I mean, it's just, and the thing is I don't root for back-to-back champs, but I have to keep rooting for the Chiefs here because they keep playing teams that I don't like, and it's like they're in the AFC. And they're so likable too. Like there's nothing about the Chiefs that I'm like.
I agree.
That I'm like, I hate how they play. They don't have the big boom box like Debo does. And so there's nothing that I hate about the Chiefs. And it's like, if they keep on winning, then you know what? We're seeing greatness.
How about San Francisco sustaining the injuries? Greenlaw on the sideline. I'm up in the kitchen. I hear Jim Nantz come back from commercial and say, you're not going to believe this. You are not going to believe what just happened. And then you see Greenlaw jumping up and down on the sidelines. He's gone. I thought Debo was going to be gone with the hamstring injury. He was able to come back and gut it out.
Stunned that he was able to come back. Absolutely stunned. That made, I was like, okay, because he's been banged up in the postseason anyway. And for him to be able to come back and play, I mean, I think there's zero chance he plays in a regular season game there.
I thought that Moody came up huge. I was shocked because this guy had struggled. He had struggled throughout the year, and there he is with a potential game-winning kick with 7:22 left in overtime for the Super Bowl. Mahomes at the end, and then in OT, we got an MJ moment. We got Michael, Brady, and Mahomes inside the locker room for the celebration. Were you in love with Taylor Swift giving the kisses afterwards. The Kelsey-Andy Reid bump. We got reports on Andy Reid walking into the sunset like John Elway, and we got Cowboys drama everywhere. I sent Peyton about 17 audio cuts because this team just continues to they look and sound so foolish. You sit there at you look at the big kids table last night, and then you look at the little toddlers off on the side with Micah and his podcast and CeeDee and everybody talking. It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ as the football season has come to an end. We're going to get through it together right here on The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. I'm excited to announce that based on new Chevrolet 2020. He's got it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
CMC, enter the dragon, baby!
I thought this was the Super Bowl MVP, Jauan Jennings. 49ers
Go Vols.
radio with the call. Tennessee Vols? Mm-hmm. How good was he there?
It was pretty good. It was a kind of a down year, but he was the one, he caught a Hail Mary to beat Georgia. 2016. He was pretty good there, though. I do believe, Luke, my son told me this. We have the most Super Bowl players ever, or winners, something like that. Tennessee has
Meaningful stat you can remember.
I know. I don't remember it. It doesn't matter. But yeah. So hey, go Vols, baby.
Yeah, Jauan Jennings becoming the only other player in Super Bowl history since to catch and throw for a touchdown.
Let's go with Deion Branch.
No.
Troy Brown.
No.
It's got to be a Patriot, right? They're the ones that are in every Super Bowl.
No.
No, okay. Let's go with...
Quarterback.
Was it? Oh, Nick Foles.
Nick Foles. There it is. I thought Jauan Jennings was going to be the guy. I'm like, okay, crap. They're going to win on this fluky play with that pass that hung up in the air forever. Romo, called it out right that this defender had a beat on it, but he got chipped or ricocheted off, and then he ends up breaking the tackle to score the touchdown, but not happening. Not happening for San Francisco, as thankfully they lose to Kansas City again. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. First back-to-back champ in 19 years. No one has ever gone with the Pat Riley three-peat. Pat Mahomes wins Super Bowl MVP, and Travis Kelce had one target for one catch and 1 yard in the first half. He ends up making big-time plays in the second half, and he owned the stage after.
Cheese Kingdom! Y'all hear this? We've been fighting for all right all day. How about a little Viva Las Vegas? Viva Las Vegas! Viva Las Vegas!
It's amazing how much cooler his brother is. You got to fight for your right. You got to get something new.
Yeah,
get something fresh.
You saw her face when if that relationship fails.
She'll dump him off.
That was the moment. That was the moment right there where he went a little bit too far. Every guy has this problem. Every guy goes a little bit too far when they're trying to be funny. They're trying to be cool. Bobby does this all the time. Every guy. That was his moment where he's like, "She'll like this." No. She won't. You embarrassed her in public. All right? As if your first half didn't embarrass her enough. That did right there. She was visibly shaken. I give this thing 3 weeks.
Oh.
I give after that moment last night.
He always does that on the mic. You got to fight for your right.
That was before Taylor. That was BT. Okay, it's BT.
BT.
All right, this is AT. And I give it 3 weeks. 3 weeks from today.
You're fired up this morning. You must have got some sleep.
None. I got less sleep over the weekend than I did in Vegas. I had 6 o'clock in the morning wake-up call on Saturday. I had 8 o'clock in the morning wake-up call yesterday. Basketball or football or baseball. All the balls. I had all the balls this weekend except my own. Every single ball. And then the worst of the weekend, we've got something for you there too.
Oh, okay.
I became a man again.
You became a man again.
Again. More car trouble. Became a man again.
Okay. Yours or hers?
Hers. Still a problem. Still a problem.
Still an issue.
Not fixed.
With the brakes?
No, it's with a tire.
Just buy a new one. Come on.
We have no car payment, man. Either one of us. We are in this for the long haul.
Yes.
One of those vehicles.
Investment, baby.
One of those vehicles my kid is driving in 2 years, okay? Let me just tell you that.
Expressway, best and worst of the weekend. The early word is it does not seem like Andy Reid is going to retire. Does not seem like that. Travis Kelce is not going to retire. He's on the stage talking about three-peats. So the big combination, the big three, looks like they're sticking together with Travis and Andy, not leaving Pat yet.
Not leaving. And how could you? Yeah, how could you leave that guy? You can't. You're writing yourself in to another Super Bowl next year. You're just a writing candidate now.
George Kittle, who had his little Troll Dallas shirt, catching strays from Cowboy fans on social media. Here he is, hopefully miserable in the post.
You train all season, train all off season. Every day you put in for the work. Go to OTAs, training camp. It's a long, long season. It's a long year, and whatever week we're on, 27. Something like that. We've been playing football since late July, and to come up short of a goal, of a dream, it's not fun.
Ha! Well,
I love it. 2 for 4.
Oh, man.
2 for 4.
I just went to Bonte, the San Francisco morning radio host. He couldn't talk last night. He couldn't tweet. All the 49er fans.
What's up, Niner Nation? What's up, Niner Nation? How's like that? How's like that, Niner Nation?
When we were flying out of Vegas, I was sitting there standing in line for a burrito, and I was looking at all these 49er fans, and I'm like, I can't even stand the way y'all dress. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but everyone, it's like, is it Jamie Kennedy in that movie? The one that we always said Roy looked and acted like?
Oh, was it Jamie Kennedy? Yeah, or Jim Brewer. I got those mixed up.
It's not Jim Brewer, but you got the sideways hats angled, the big chains that they're all wearing, the 49er jackets.
Yeah, the Leathermans.
The Leathermans, like, they all look the same. They all look the same in the damn airport, and I couldn't even stand to be around it. I'm like, get me on this flight.
It's called California Loser. That's the chic that it is, and that's what they all are. I look at them. I don't like them. You know, I see that they're shanking people in the
Malibu's Most Wanted.
Malibu's Most Wanted.
That's what the 49er fans look like.
They're shanking people in the parking lot, left and right. You know, stabbings everywhere.
Yeah,
they're just terrible people. Terrible people.
And
some of the worst.
I texted you this morning. This was an absolute nightmare. Worst possible outcome for Vegas.
Yeah. So yes and no. It depends on what you got the number at with the over. Because this over hit at 47.5 is where I saw it at, and I got it at. Which
were you terrified that you weren't going to hit the over?
Yes, and I had teased it to 41.5. But no, so they did not make the Chiefs kick at the end, which a lot of people were wondering what they were going to do because that switched it. It was 47. What I saw go at was 47.5. If they had made them kick, the over hits, because they didn't make them kick, the under played, but everybody had money on the Chiefs. And for the reason that it never moved, the books were telling you that even though all the money and all the tickets were on Kansas City, the books felt they had it right. And if you looked at it, the points for the total number, 48, 47.5, whatever it is, barely moved all week. The book told you when they went into kickoff, we don't care what the public says. We don't care what the sharp bettors say. We've got this number right. And they didn't. And they got destroyed. Destroyed at the end there.
Pepe, did you get your money in, your bet into Choppy? Or was that for something else in Vegas?
That was just for South Carolina men's basketball. we hit on it, baby. 100 to 161. And I already spent the 61 this weekend on dinner.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Good for you,
So
man.
now we're back to square one. Now we need another bet. But I thought about putting money on my sports betting app, but I was like, you know what? I just stay out of the game for now.
And you won your family squares last night?
I won 3 squares. Well, you know, if you want to combine me and Mackenzie, we put both our names on there because it's everyone in the family that gets in on the action. So she won 2, I won 1, but you know who gets the money.
Chop, did you stay in your squares and win?
I did not win the squares. I put 2 boards together for a fundraiser for the kiddos team because me and Alyssa Milano roll like that, and I did not. But I did not win the squares board at the house we were at.
I'm loving this energy from you.
Thank you. It won't be here all week
because I felt wiped out coming back. I'm like, everyone in my house is sick again, and it just feel like allergies. I'm like, is there this much of a difference in allergies in Vegas and DFW? I was stuffed up, got the gunk rolling through. I feel like I could sleep for 10, 12 hours still.
I need it.
It was hurting to go ahead and wake up this morning, but RJ Choppy's going to carry us through. We got so much Cowboys drama to get to, but first we need Bobby's thoughts on being wrong about the Super Bowl as our Cowboys insider joins us next.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Odyssey app. Proudly presented. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Chiefs have never led in this game. They fumble at the 8, or they could have led. Mahomes firing for the end zone, wide open, caught, touchdown, Kansas City. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 16 yards on a seam up the numbers, and Kansas City has its first lead of Super Bowl 58.
Chiefs radio with the call, and that closes up the NFL season with the Kansas City Chiefs winning in overtime. This is Sean RJ, joined by our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. It is good to be home, back in our 11th floor studios here at Odyssey Radio Tower. Was Choppy right that you were having fun last night?
Fun? No, there was nothing fun about that game. I don't like being wrong.
Alcohol.
No, I don't like being wrong. Oh, that kind of.
Yeah, you tweet out.
Yeah, that I had a lot of fun.
Championship parade after the Mavs win one game, but you're deathly silent after you get the Super Bowl pick wrong.
Well, look,
it's funny how that works.
Occasionally, you got to give you guys a dub, and so that's what I was doing for you. The NBA, I mean, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's kick off with how right I was about the Mavericks and the 3 that I gave them on the championship scale.
Did you have some libations last night?
I had a lot, yeah.
All right, because in the airport on the way home, so Choppy was right about that. You were just telling everyone how I'm not drinking, I'm this. You're like Choppy lying about alcohol.
I forgot the Super Bowl was this Sunday, and now I will start my my refresh. But man, Chop, you get a little, you pour some Tito's, lime juice, Mountain Dew Baja Blast. So good.
Baja Blast, lime juice, and Tito's.
Sounds like something I would drink when I was 17.
Yeah.
You know what? Why
you
were
run
you
out of
drinking when you're
Mad Dog?
17?
Why?
Yeah, why were you drinking when you're 17?
Because I was a teenager. You do, man.
No, but it was fantastic. It was good stuff. So, yes, I did have a few. My texts probably reflected that.
Yes.
They were very aggressive.
Very.
I woke up. I was about to be apologetic about them, but I looked at them and said, don't disagree with the thing I said last night.
Okay.
So, there we go.
Game.
So, Brock Purdy wasn't good enough to me in this game, was a big takeaway. I think Purdy wasn't good enough. I think losing Dre Greenlaw was a massive thing for the 49ers. That defense came out the first 2 or 3 drives, and I was like, Kansas City doesn't look like they can move the ball at all tonight. And what really clicked for Kansas City, I feel like, in the second half was they started winning at the line of scrimmage on offense. Like, they consistently were giving up pressure. You know, San Francisco was getting in the backfield on runs. This was just the offensive line finally clicked into place in the second half. I think the offensive line stabilizing for Kansas City was the biggest reason why they were able to do what they did. But this is just, I have sort of the same takeaway that you did earlier, Sean, where it's like, this has got to be depressing for everybody else. It's like, when are you going to get them? Like, this was the time to get them. So is it just Brady? If you don't have Brady, you're not beating them. That's kind of what it felt like. And I felt like most of the game, San Francisco was better for this game. San Francisco played better overall. And if they just get anything from Purdy, specifically on third down, they win this game. And they couldn't get it done. I mean, the real hats off to the Chiefs defense for, especially on third down. Like, San Francisco could not do anything to extend drives.
And look at the run that they went on. Buffalo, Baltimore, San Francisco.
Nasty.
That's a run.
Yeah, it is a run. And it's like, you know, I think it just boils down to, like, if you realize it yourself, if you don't have Mahomes or Brady or any number of legendary all-time greats, like, you have to find them. You got to try to scour the earth for them, because that's the only thing you're going to do to beat them consistently. You can beat them one every once in a while, but to consistently beat them, if you want a dynasty, you got to have that guy.
Jeff Darlington had the note that he's now 3-1 in the Super Bowl. Mahomes, he's trailed by double digits in every single game.
Yep,
all of them, all 4.
And he was not particularly good in at least 3 of them total. He happened to win the games, but he wasn't, like, for a majority of the game, he was below average.
And obviously, we all know 28-3, but before 28-3, you know, the largest comeback in Super Bowl history was 10 points.
It was Breeze, right?
It was a couple different times. It was Breeze did it to the Colts, and it was Doug Williams against the Broncos. But other than that, it had never been more than 10 points, and Mahomes has done it 3 times now.
And I think he was an underdog. He was definitely an underdog yesterday. He was an underdog in Baltimore, and they may have been an underdog in Buffalo.
I believe they were.
So
they were.
3 straight times Mahomes an underdog.
Yeah, actually they were. And I've got it here. I got the stat here. teams who covered 3 straight coming in the playoffs are 10-0 against the spread in the Super Bowl. And they covered 3 straight. They covered the last 3. And I believe you're right. They were an underdog in
2.5. 2.5. The Bills were 2.5-point favorites.
Chiefs at one point were 1 of 4 in the red zone. Mahomes with an interception on that first drive coming out of halftime with the ball in the Kansas City 45. San Fran had to end up punting. It felt like they always had a play that they went backwards 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yards. San Francisco. It's like, okay, here's a drive. This can extend things. And then they're in 2nd and 14. And then they're in 3rd and long. And they just could not capitalize with it. They couldn't do it. They went away from the run a little bit. Romo was begging Kyle Shanahan, run the football. Run on 2nd down. Love it. Absolutely love it. I think there was a drive, or it was like 6 straight passes at one point. 6 plays, 6 passes, 4 total possessions in the second half on both sides, 0 first downs. No one was doing anything. Yes, fun ending. Pretty boring game throughout. Pretty bad and boring game throughout.
Yeah, I mean, the last, the fourth quarter and overtime was entertaining, and it was great. And
just huge clutch moments, right? 4th and 3 on the Kansas City 16. Down 3 with 13 left. That was Kittle's first catch. Mahomes running around. The 3rd and 1s, the 4th and 1s. Andy Reid not challenging certain things. The drama was there.
The missed extra point turns out to be huge. I mean, if San Francisco wins this game, especially if they win it in regulation, we're talking about that 4th and 3 call being an all-time ballsy move, like to go for that and just say screw it, we don't want the points, we can get the tie here, but we're going for it. And I mean, they were.
You think of this as more luck for the Chiefs when I write down muffed punt, missed extra point, and the injuries on top of it?
I mean, I think they certainly benefited, but at the end of the day, San Francisco was up twice, and Kansas City went down the field. I mean, did anybody...
I'm not thinking of it as luck, just for the record.
No. I think in general, they had some fortunate opportunities, but they seized them, and that's not lucky. And I think that when they're up 3 in overtime, internally I'm watching that game, and did any of us not think Mahomes was going to go down the field and score?
At least a field goal. At least a field goal.
I didn't even think... I was just they're going to... Now, when Kelsey... Boy, that one that it was, I can't remember who it was to. They convert that 3rd down. Kelsey had the blindside block. That should have been flagged on the overtime drive, where he just completely, and I can't remember who he knocked out. I think it was Lenore, but he had the blindside block there. But when Kelsey picks up that 22 yards, I was like...
Lance Lenore?
Yeah, that's the one. No, when Kelsey picks up that 22-yard reception, and then there's 9 seconds left, I'm like, they're going to score. They're going to score the touchdown here. This isn't field goal. We're not going to double overtime because Mahomes is going to... He's going to do it. When they sent Hardman in motion on that play, I'm like, okay, there it is. Because you could tell San Francisco had completely unaccounted for him.
Travis Kelce on stage talking about having that target on their back.
Well, the goal's always been to get 3. But we couldn't get here without getting to 2 and having that target on our back all year. And I love these guys right here. The men that we just won this thing with. Family forever, baby. I couldn't be more proud of you guys. And how about it? We get a chance to do it 3 times in a row. How do you get excited for that, baby? You go party in Las Vegas and get back to it.
Hey, you still got to fight for your right, don't you?
You got to fight for your right. Believe it, baby. I'll see y'all next year.
Now, do not tell me that he is less cringy than Taylor Swift with your hate for Tay-Tay.
No, they're the cringy power couple right now, both of them. And honestly, she probably does fewer cringy things than him. He is, it is wild that he and Jason Kelsey are related with how likable Jason Kelsey is and just how off-putting Travis Kelsey is, who, by the way, was, man, the aggressive step to Andy Reid and everything else. He was getting some bad PR in the first half of this game.
As he deserved it.
Yeah, he did.
That was terrible. You can't bump your coach.
I didn't have a problem with it.
I saw somebody had pointed out, and it got retweeted 10,000 times. They're like, based on this and the Justin Tucker helmet throw, I've kind of lost all respect for Travis Kelce. That's not what I'm saying, but somebody was going off on that, saying Kelsey's kind of exposing himself to be kind of a jerk.
Boomer Esiason went off on him at halftime, Twitter and social media. Some people were making it a race thing. What if that was a black player who did that? We'd be going nuts. Look, he shouldn't have done it, but to me, in my opinion, that shows just how close they are. Like, you're not doing that unless you're super, super, super tight with someone and your coach. But he caught poor Andy off balance, but Travis Kelce did get taken apart on social media for being disrespectful. I didn't have as huge a problem. Like, okay, they're clearly like super, super tight, emotions running high. But yes, that was viral. That was everywhere,
sure.
Along with Greenlaw getting hurt with the ACL on the sideline.
Yeah, if
that was Dez,
listen, look, maybe they are super close, and that was, the why Andy was not cool with it. If they weren't, and he did that, and Andy said, "Sit down, you're done." Nobody's complaining about it. Nobody's criticizing.
You're talking about benching him for the Super Bowl?
Hey, listen, you don't touch your coach. If he did it, if they're not close, like they don't have the relationship,
which they, I think, clearly do.
If somebody did it to Saban, I doubt. Saban's probably send him to the bench, man.
Yeah,
get on the bench.
Saban wouldn't. Yeah, if those coaches had the balls to do that, which
none of them do.
None of them would.
I would have loved it. I would have loved if they would have benched him for the second half, because that would have been hilarious. Because they would have ratcheted up the cutting up to Taylor Swift shots.
Oh yeah.
Anytime anything bad happened with the Chiefs, they would have cut that. And to be fair, the reason he's furious there, Kelsey, as we all remember the context of it, was he's like, why am I not in there blocking? Why am I not in there taking part? And instead the run game gets blown up. We fumble, and now we're turning over the ball. I totally understand as a competitor why it got to him. But yeah, to me, it's like, don't show up the coach like that.
The Chiefs were having meetings in the first half. Chris Jones calling people together on the sideline. The offense was meeting as well. You had Kelsey with the bump. He was furious leaving the field. Kansas City was trying to figure it out. Look at the production of their meetings versus the Cowboy meetings. With CeeDee Lamb over on the sideline with lot of pouting versus like trying to gather a little bit on the Chiefs side.
When you watch the first few drives, and I know I texted it, but I was like, San Francisco's winning this by double digits, because they're just Kansas City felt like they were cracking a little bit.
Yeah.
It felt like they were really frustrated, felt like they couldn't get anything going.
I got to write down the McCaffrey fumble on the list of lucky things for the Chiefs as well. They were going right down the field.
Yeah, and look, I mean, again, you talk about the injuries and everything else. Kittle was banged up in this one. McCaffrey was banged up. Samuel. They obviously lose Dre Greenlaw. And I think the Dre Greenlaw loss, he's the smallest name of those four I just mentioned, between Samuel, Kittle, and McCaffrey. I think Greenlaw had a bigger impact on them than anything else. Like the way that, and I know it was we were probably 3 drives into the game or something like that. Still, like Kelsey, I think that definitely opens things up for him a lot more. He is a really good cover linebacker. I don't know that that's the same game. I don't know that Kelsey's doing the same things with Greenlaw in that game. But Kansas City showing this is how you rally. This is how you put things back together and press forward. And it's like I texted you guys last night. The biggest takeaway to me watching those two teams play was a broader takeaway about the playoffs, that I was like, there's probably half a dozen teams that beat this Cowboys team by 17 plus in the playoffs.
17?
Honestly.
Seems high, but maybe you're right.
I mean,
Green Bay basically did.
Green Bay
did. Score said.
Buffalo did during the regular season. I think we all believe they would have. Detroit, as angry as they were, and we saw the way they played in the NFC title game, they were coming in here probably doing that. And then San Francisco, Baltimore, Kansas City.
I think I think you're overreacting a little bit to the Packer game. This is a team that.
Am I overreacting to the moment, though? That's a team that clearly, with the moment, I think changes who they are.
I'm trying to think about the Cowboys and the Chiefs. It's like, okay, if the Cowboys may get shut down offensively versus, how about Steve Spagnuolo? There are people saying he should be the Super Bowl MVP, that it shouldn't even be Pat Mahomes. But, man, I used to think of him as just an all-or-nothing risk guy. The job that he did in the playoff numbers that he put up, I mean, he is, to me, moving up to a pantheon of defensive coordinator names to always remember.
And we didn't dive totally into this, but I know we referenced it a couple weeks ago. Whenever everybody talks about, like, Vic Fangio, he's got the book on Dak. No, if you look at Dak and a lot of other quarterbacks across the league, it's Spagnuolo. That guy to me, I don't know why we don't talk about him the same way that everybody seems to talk about Wade Phillips. It's like Wade Phillips, he's the greatest defensive coordinator. Like Spagnuolo deserves, they had the note yesterday, he's the first coordinator in NFL history to win 4 Super Bowls. To win 4 Super Bowls as the coordinator.
All right, now we get to the entertainment aspect. How I almost had a 3rd child last night while my wife is pregnant with number 2 because of Usher. And what were the best and worst Super Bowl commercials if you stay glued to the TV? Super Bowl commercials, and halftime show review from you next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct Valentine.
RJ and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I suggest you get on the Fan Cam or Twitch right now. Here to talk about the entertainment aspect off the field when it came to Usher, the halftime show, and the Super Bowl commercials. Let's start with Usher around the room. Choppy, what'd you think?
Close good, not great. I would say about a 7 out of 10. Ooh. 7. Most of the people that I was with said even the diehard Usher fans, a lot of them. Sarah's diehard. 7 out of 10. I'm just gonna defer to her on that one.
Why docking some of the points?
No, I don't think there's any reason. I just don't like. I think there was others like. I think we got more hype during the Snoop one. That was really, really good. I thought it was better than the Rihanna one last year. I thought it was probably the same as J-Lo Shakira, which was there for me for basically Shakira and how hot she is, even though Bobby thinks there's 100 women hotter than her, which is completely an idiotic thing to say.
I can go through the list again if you like.
I think it was 7 out of 10. I think 7 out of 10 is a great score. I personally am a C student, so I think 7 out of 10 is fine.
I saw 9 out of 10, and I was at 9 out of 10, and I was saying this is only going to be a 9 out of 10 if they fail to bring Ludacris out for
Luda?
And as soon as Luda popped out, especially with that hair, I was like, all right, 10. This is a 10 out of 10 halftime show. This is fantastic. The only slight criticism I have is I did not like and I understand they've got to fit into a small window. First off, I hope everybody realizes how extensive Usher's catalog is. Because I was like, man, hit. And then I was like, there were like 4 songs he still didn't sing. But I didn't like I'm going to sing 5 or 6 words from a song and then transition to one of my other songs and sing 5 or 6 words. Like he blew through, I thought, a couple songs too quickly.
That's part of the reason.
He should
give me some more.
He should not have blown through he didn't even sing My Way, but he shouldn't have blown through a couple of them like You Got It Bad and some other ones where he just spent like 5 seconds on it. I didn't like that, but other than that, it was perfect.
I can't speak to the choreography and the dancing and all that stuff. I thought it started off like a little bit slow with like just him up there. There was like no crazy lights or stunts or people dropping in, but all I can speak to is song after song after song after song after song. Oh, we were sitting there like going, oh, and then oh, and then oh. I mean, that to me is what I'm going to judge it by. The visuals and all that stuff look good, but man, I was like, does Peyton know any of these songs? Because as Choppy would say, banger after banger, but song after song after song after song, I was absolutely loving what they were singing.
I mean, you forget how many hits the dude has, and then as you're sitting there, it's like, oh yeah, there's one, there's another, and it
got better and better and better and better with people coming out.
And that's what's impressive is that like the very first hit of his was like 1997, and then you're singing up through like mid 2010s and stuff. It's like, man, he had a really strong 20-year run.
Long career.
I was a little surprised. Even with all that, still didn't bring out Justin Bieber like everybody thought he might.
Yeah.
They thought he was going to bring out Justin Bieber, do Somebody to Love. And then he didn't do My Way. He didn't do Lovers and Friends. I thought they were going to double up. Yeah, and Lovers and Friends with them. He didn't do Climax. There's a lot of stuff he didn't sing. A lot that he left on the table. Meat on the bone, as
you got to
Joseph
keep
Randall
some
would say.
slow ones out of there, though.
Yeah. I wish he would have sang more of Nice and Slow than 2 seconds of it.
My timeline probably had an 8. Minimum 8 out of 10, maybe 8.5 out of 10. Overwhelming praise for Usher. My wife, that's all she cared about. As soon as Usher was done, she went and took a shower. Make of that what you will. But I came back from the bathroom. All the lights were off in the house. I'm like, what the hell? Will we lose power? And she said, no, I'm setting the stage. I'm setting the stage here for Usher. And she's dancing on the couch. She's trying to make Ollie dance. And she's like, she stood up. She said, this baby might fall out right here. This baby might fall out from all this gyrating that I'm doing with these hips. So she was upset. I want to see him when he comes here to perform. She wanted to go out to Vegas for his residency. She was all in. As
soon as he ripped off the jacket and went shirtless.
No, as soon as he felt up Alicia.
Well, there was that too. But as soon as the shirt came off, that's when Kristen let out a woo, and she was clearly all in on this. I did like the bedazzled Michael Jackson style gloves he was wearing too.
I like the second outfit he came out in. the blue and
quick
the black.
change artist.
Very quick.
That's probably why he took off his clothes on stage, because he knew he had to put on different ones.
Hey, did you know any of the songs? Did you enjoy it? Did Mackenzie know any of them?
Yeah. She knew a lot more than I did. I mean, it was one of them.
Shocker.
Confessions. My Boo was another one. I mean, there's some there that just started when I was younger, but it was good. It was pretty good, but then I didn't, like all of us, I didn't really get hype until this moment.
Yeah.
But I'm with Chuck. I need more bangers. If you're going to go banger, you got to go banger after banger. The slow stuff, I mean, okay, you can start with one if you go quick with it, but like it's a freaking Super Bowl. Like, just go hype the whole time.
I wanted what I dinged was I wanted longer versions of songs instead of like the snippets, because there are people in the fan text saying he started with "My Way" and saying like 2 words of it.
Yeah, see, that's how quick it was, and I missed it.
And I was told that was what he started with, Sean. But we missed it because the TV cut out 11 times during the Super Bowl, maybe 14.
What?
It said, "You have reached your streaming limit for the day. Upgrade to 4K or try again." So YouTube TV, where the Usher had YouTube TV, overtime, right before the final play, cuts out. Right there. I mean, the whole time, the whole game. Bam, bam, bam.
God.
Spectrum, the internet in my area for Spectrum went out 2 minutes before kickoff. We had to take my phone network, and I had to open YouTube TV on there and then cast it to our TV for the first half of the first quarter.
877-881-1053 for your halftime review of Usher. I would go about an 8 out of 10, just straight up for the music. And then you have the commercials. Grade for them overall. One that jumped out, 2 that jumped out. It felt like it was a humongous lull in the third quarter. I'm like, okay, I'm starting to see some of the repeats here. The couch potato one, I've seen a couple of different times here. What did you think of the commercials?
It's been a disappointing run, I feel like, over the last decade or so.
Yes.
That people, it feels like they go less for like really funny, like they used to with the commercials. It feels more like they go for like, oh, let's just go for quick pop or like branding, or let's go with like A-list names, and that's it. The Uber Eats commercial with like David Beckham and Jennifer Aniston stuff, that was solid. I was not a fan. Everybody loved the Duncan one with Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, it was good.
It was very good.
That was good. Dan Marino appeared in a couple of them. Great self-awareness.
Yes.
On the was the Eminem one, the almost won a ring, him and Bruce Smith, and
he was in the messy Mick Ultra one.
Messy Mick Ultra as well. He making appearances left and right. I thought the commercial made a little bit of a comeback yesterday. Now you're right, there was a lull, but early on I thought they made a little bit of a comeback. But by the way, how many things at $1.50 a piece is Temu selling to be able to get a Super Bowl commercial? Temu, T-E-M-U, that little orange one. They played 3 commercials that I saw. How much? Go on their website. You could buy anything you want. You can buy a brand new pair of Crocs, $1.50.
Really?
Now they're knockoffs from like China, right? They're knockoffs, but it's an amazing deal. If you're not in on the Temu craze, you got to get in on that. How much are they selling? I got stuff for a penny a couple of weeks ago at a flash sale.
I thought you were saying T-Mobile, because they had 14 commercials. The Jason Momoa one, T-Mobile with the Scrubs guys, that was okay at the end. But there was 2 that I really thought kind of played to radio, and I would put these 2 at the very, very top. One was Arnold with State Farm.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cut. Hey, Arnold, I'm hearing neighbor. It's neighbor.
That's what I said. Neighbor.
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 Hey, let's go again.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cut.
Now what?
It's neighbor.
Neighbor.
Cut.
Neighbor.
Yeah, neighbor. Just like it's written on the paper. This lady's in labor.
Cut.
Look at this. This is labor. Like a good neighbor. That was the sheep. And you know it.
It's like you're cold.
Yeah, I'm cold. Bah. Neighbor.
So that was funny. Spinach. What, you didn't think it was funny?
No. That one was strong. I was nodding. Like, yeah, that was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I enjoy the Arnold character. Like whenever he's dropped in and asked to play the Arnold character, I do enjoy it.
And then the early number 1 seed for me is, I got to see if this ended up being the number 1 seed based upon the Tolo reviews whenever you get Christopher Walken.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal. 100% electric.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable.
Yeah,
wow.
Right. We both know it's the man. Makes the clothes.
Come on.
You know, you look nice.
Okay. With that?
Hello, Mr. Walken. Does this table work for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did someone say yeah?
So that was good.
Don't you got somewhere to be?
I like that. Everyone trying
tremendous.
their walk-in impersonation.
Tremendous,
Right?
man. Like that's such great. I thought they did a really good job of like the self-awareness of these commercials, like all together.
Yeah, the walk-in one was great. Like I said, I like the Uber Eats one. I am gonna, I'll be careful because I know we don't want me to be unlikable here, but the Cetaphil commercial made me cringe.
The what?
The Cetaphil commercial. The dad and daughter bonding over the Taylor Swift in the game, and then he buys her a 49ers jersey, and she can sit down. I did not like it. Did not care for it.
I don't even remember
I
it.
don't remember that one at all.
I don't even know what you're referring to, really.
I'll show it to you during the break.
Pepe, do you have a best or worst from the commercials?
You know, I actually really liked the couch potato one. I thought that one was pretty creative. I liked it. It made me laugh. The other ones, I mean, the Arnold one was really good. Christopher Walken, don't really know who he is, obviously. So
Obviously.
I'm not sure. But, you know, BMW, I guess, cool car.
I'll go D plus, maybe C minus. That's the highest I can go. C minus, maybe D plus for the commercials. Other ones I wrote down: Tom Brady, Bet MGM. That was fun.
That's funny.
Kawasaki mullet, I thought was fun. Popeye's wings, that was funny. The Mayo Cat.
Dude, okay, let me tell you something.
Pete Davidson.
Let me ask you something. How much would they have to pay you to eat a spoonful of mayo like that, like they did in that commercial? To eat a spoonful of it, because chances are you're going to have to do more than one take.
Right.
What is that number?
Very low. I mean,
you like mayo that much?
No, I like money that much. I mean, any amount of money we'll eat mayo for. Imagine being those coaches in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. They get drenched in it.
I'd rather get drenched in it than eat it, though. I'm thinking
a spoonful. How many spoonfuls do you think for the take? All right, let's say it was 5.
Five spoonfuls.
5 spoonfuls during the take. I mean, you act like your number's really high.
50 grand, 50,000.
You wouldn't do it for $10,000?
Maybe 10. Put the 10 in front of me. I'll give you my honesty. That's disgusting.
I bet it was pudding or something like that. I bet they're subbing something else in there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Halo movie, Beyonce, her commercial, and then you have the Uber Eats.
The Ice Spice Starry commercial wasn't bad. Starry's starting to really get some brand prominence. I didn't know that they were established enough to start. But when we went to Vegas, every time I'd order a Sprite or a 7-Up with something, somebody would always say, well, we got Starry. I was like, oh, okay, I guess this is just kind of becoming the default now.
All right. So those are all the winners that we talk about. Now we talk about the losers, because the Dallas Cowboy freaking drama played out all weekend long. Micah disrespecting TJ Watt. Cooks and Gilmore reacting to Tank Lawrence on G-Bag. Former NFL players calling this team out. Rex Ryan on Mike Zimmer not being hired yet. Chaos on the home of the Cowboys next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
All right, we will take a moment to talk about some non-winners here on your home of the Cowboys. All the praise, of course, first hour of the show for Pat Mahomes, the three-time Super Bowl MVP and champion after the Chiefs win in overtime. But my head was spinning with Dallas Cowboys drama over the weekend. I could not keep up with my own stories, and I sent about 13 different audio cuts to Peyton as this team just continues to embarrass themselves. And explain further why they can't make it to that game last night. But I guess we start with some news. It turns out, it seems like some of my Mike Zimmer sources may have been correct when two different people kept hitting me up and saying the Mike Zimmer deal is not done. And then Rex Ryan yesterday, who interviewed for that job, said some pretty interesting things about why he was interested and why Mike Zimmer may not be the Cowboys' new DC on ESPN.
Actually say right here, first off, I'm not so sure that Zimmer's got that job right now. Not real sure about that. I can honestly say I don't believe that's a fact right now. But
right,
I will say this.
What does all that mean?
Yeah.
Does that mean that he is still being kept on hold? Like, hey, Rex, don't go anywhere. We don't have this locked up yet.
That, or it's obviously maybe on hold for money reasons, but Rex is trying to convince them to hire him. And he's like, no, guys, wait. No. But, it could just be dotting I's dotting I's across the T's. Those are the letters.
Yeah, right? I mean, it does feel a little loser-like for Rex to stand up there and be like, I'm not sure that's done. I'm not out of this yet. That's how I felt.
It's not loser-like if he's in it still.
I don't think he is. If anything, he might be getting played on leverage a little bit, but I don't think he's genuinely in it. And just
do you know that, or are you guessing?
I don't think he's genuinely in it. From just talking to people, it doesn't sound to me like he's genuinely. Now, if something falls through, maybe. But like the fact that it's not done yet, obviously, they've made their decision. It's not him. And so if they go back to him, it's because something fell apart. But as of right now, no, it's done. They've already made a decision. Now they just have to finalize it.
Yeah, why isn't it done then? Why isn't it done?
Probably the way anything else doesn't get done or it's slowed down. It's probably money or number of years or anything else. It's probably just contract related.
Like you think you have, like the top 5 highest paid defensive coordinators, and then you go to the middle or the bottom of that list. Here you go, Mike Zimmer. That's what you get.
So if the Cowboys, who historically have done things like, yeah, Dak, your first offer is $25 million annually in a league where we're paying quarterbacks $40 million, they probably, I would guess, have done something that looks like, Mike, we'll pay you like you're the middle of the pack coordinator. You're top 15. That's some good money right there for you, right? Like I would imagine that's they. Right. How consistently do Steven and Jerry they want to win every negotiation? They want to drive a hard bargain, and so I'm sure that it's that aspect of it.
So
they can drive it, but it always ends up into a wall because they lose them.
And this one will too, I would imagine.
And they're going to lose. They lost Dak. They're going to lose Dak again. They'll lose Lamb. They'll lose Micah. So they lost Zach. They lost Tank. Yeah. So, they gave Jalen a deal. So all your perception that you're this badass negotiator and you're these brilliant businessmen, you end up losing a lot of these Cowboy deals.
Agreed.
And what was Quinn making here as a DC?
A lot. Like he was the top paid defensive coordinator.
And that's probably what Zim's looking for. He's probably looking for Dan Quinn money.
Right.
That could be the holdup. I don't think with the Joneses you got to look very far beyond money.
Man.
As what the driving factor is on why things do or don't get done. I mean, when it comes to paying non-players, they don't want to dive into that deep end of that pool, man.
I do appreciate the check I would write. You don't have any idea the check I would write. Man, there's a salary cap. I can't pay all these players. Well, there's no cap on coaching staffs, and you repeatedly refuse to just shell out and pay the highest coordinators in the NFL.
Yeah, but they did shell out for quantity, right? Like a couple years ago,
big staff, right?
Jerry's
staff.
like, I'm cutting down. Like we have the biggest staff in the NFL.
Yep,
that comes at a cost.
Yep.
Rex Ryan with the rest of his clip after questioning if Zimmer was actually getting this job.
But I will say this. the reason I was so like this is I've been out for 7 years. I've never called another head coach or anything like that. I called Mike McCarthy, and the reason I did is because I want to be on this stage. I want to be back on this stage if I'm going to get back into coaching, have a chance at that. I think with this roster the way it is, I think offensively, special teams, and defense, and I figured I can make maybe even a little bit of an upgrade, that they could be right here. That's why I was interested. It's funny how, well, should we get to, no, your team has no chance at me, okay? That's generally the case. I would only go at the right situation. And if it's not completely right, then I'm not going. But this team, it is interesting because they are so close to getting over that edge, and that's why I think people would be interested in this job.
Boy, the only thing there is he's going to have to take a ton of questions in his very first chance sitting down. People are going to go, okay, so this is what you said at the end. This is what you did to get the job. Let's go over the last year, just in general, things that you've said about the Cowboys. Let's go to their soft. What else do you still think you're coaching a soft football team now? Is that part of what you're bringing? Like, there's a lot that he would have to answer for that he's said on TV. That's why I always wonder about this transition from being studio analyst, TV analyst, whenever the coaches sit out, and then having to jump back in. It's like you're opening yourself up to a lot of questions. I'm just saying that you are opening yourself up.
First
to that.
off, they don't care.
They don't.
They brought back the Joneses. They brought back Bryce Butler and other people after they've spit in the organization's face. Number two, you have been soft. And that's why I think I can come in here, all the pieces are here, and I'm a missing piece to make you not be soft and put you over the top. I don't think that's a factor whatsoever.
Plus, with the amount of pools in DFW and the amount of feet that are in town, it's a perfect spot.
Not a factor for them. I'm saying a factor for, like, Rex needs to understand when he gets here, he's going to take a lot of, like, media abuse right out of the gate. Like, he's going to get hit with, not even abuse, just he's going to be asked a bunch of uncomfortable questions that he's going to have to backtrack on. He's going to, we're going to have, if he were to come here, which it's not happening. Unless Zimmer just falls through, it's not happening. But is that if he were to come here and take those questions, is that it would open himself up to a lot of first take, whatever else, just going like, well, he said this before, now he's saying this, because he would have to walk back a lot of what he said in the name of whatever was on the rundown from the producers.
All right, you want Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks reacting to Tank's burnt out comments, or CeeDee Lamb addressing his mother's comments about Dak for the first time?
Gilmore.
Okay. This is Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks sitting down with the G-Bag Nation and being asked, were you guys really burnt out at the end, like Tank Lawrence said?
Gavin alluded earlier to Tank's comments yesterday. One of the things that he said was he felt maybe you guys were a little tired, a little fatigued going into that Packers game. Right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I mean,
I'm glad you said
that. Everybody tired in the
when the playoffs going.
Man, whatever it takes. You know, you got San Francisco tired right now, and Kansas City.
It's a long year, but it's a lot sweeter when you're hosting that.
Right?
Exactly.
I don't know what that was about.
Woo! So they are running away quickly from what Tank Lawrence had to say. They immediately dismissed it, RJ.
They did, making me wonder if Tank misspoke, used the wrong, I don't want to say cliche, but the wrong, kind of phrase. Could have been anything. Maybe Tank's just wrong. Maybe Tank was fatigued, nobody else was. Could have been something like that.
I mean, I had to hear from the homers. What did you want Tank to say? What else should he have thrown everyone under the bus? You don't have to pick something that dumb to say. You don't have to throw people under the bus, but you don't come out with that statement. Like, this wasn't right after the game. This wasn't on the Monday after the Packers beat your ass. This was weeks and weeks and weeks later with the Super Bowl interviews on your schedule, and you still decided to come at it from that. So I loved that Gilmore and Cooks were like, I don't know where that's coming from.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it is just, obviously that's an audio clip, but if you look at the video of it from the fan cam, like, Gilmore is very put off by the quote. Like, you see him immediately just shake his head and, like, close his eyes slowly, like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What the hell is this? And I think that's something that the Cowboys value, is that perspective, and the perspective of somebody who's been to the Super Bowl, had the success, both of them. I mean, Cooks hasn't won one, but he's been. Gilmore's won one. Like, two guys who have been there and know what it takes, and just how off-putting it is to them. Just be like, this is, you can't have that as an excuse. Everybody's tired. San Francisco's tired. Kansas City's tired. But that's what you got to do. You got to play through it. And that's why I think Cooks is likely back. I don't think that there's anything that's going to change with his contract. And then Gilmore being a free agent, I think if the price is right, I think they'd like him back because they know they need more leaders on this football team.
And then Chris Canty, former Cowboy on ESPN, was not too happy himself with DeMarcus.
They were tired legs. Man, it's the playoffs, dog. Everybody is tired, but it's win or go home. Give a damn that your legs is tired. Sit in the cold tub some more. I don't care what you got to do. Get it IV, whatever you got to do. It is the playoffs. If the goal is to win a championship, you got to have success in the postseason. I don't want to hear the excuse about you being tired. But you know what, Ev? This is what I talked about when they stayed with Mike McCarthy. I talked about the culture. And people think culture is some catch-all and that it's not really anything tangible and people just use it to explain things they don't understand. But that is an example of the culture. When players are giving those types of excuses and when you're doing a post-mortem on their season, we're weeks removed from when you got beat by the Green Bay Packers. And that's what you got? We were tired? We were burnt out? No, man. No, man, even if that's true, you don't admit something like that. And if that is the case, then you talk about it in terms of how we've got to get this fixed. This can't happen again. That's not what I heard. That's infuriating. It's disrespectful to the game of football. You work all year long to have an opportunity to compete for a championship, and you're one of 14 teams left standing at the end. And you tired? And you burnt out? Because it was a long regular season, you can't be mentally locked in? You can't be ready to go from the open and kickoff? What the hell is wrong with you? And that's one of the team leaders. Tank Lawrence is one of the team leaders. And that's what he's saying. That's an embarrassment to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm embarrassed for them. I'm embarrassed that I used to play for them. Because that's what it is. That's what it is now? Ain't no way in hell they're anywhere close to winning a championship. I don't give a damn what the roster looks like. They're not close.
Your headphones broken?
No, I just can't listen to somebody who's needed to swallow for a minute 30. All the saliva in his mouth is disgusting. Gross.
We had this talk a couple weeks ago, like, okay, what over the next 6 weeks are we going to hear from this team is the thing, like their issue for the offseason, because they always give bullet points. It's like, here it is, this is what it is.
Energy. Don't be tired.
No, the sense I'm starting to get from people on and off the record is like, okay, this is their whole push this offseason is going to be player leadership. Like they were deficient there. And whether that's true or not, like
they're a bunch of entitled little children.
They are.
It's a bunch of little brats running around. That's what it is. You got Dak Prescott and a bunch of little brats. That's what it seems like.
I think they've got about
listening to Micah and CeeDee, and I like CeeDee Lamb, but listening to them talk about leadership is funny. I like just listening to them try to break it down, process it, prognosticate, project. It's just funny. Like they sound clueless.
I think CeeDee's going to be a leader here. And I think that CeeDee is I think CeeDee is mature and I think CeeDee's growing. I think that there's a lot to like about CeeDee's future. I do agree. I don't think Micah is a leader. And that's just natural. I think there's people talk about the Kyler Murray aspect of well, you got to be a leader. I think it's demanded of him more than just the reality of a trait that he has. I think there's probably 5-6 really good leaders on this football team, and you need a lot more than that.
Did Kyle Shanahan butcher the coin toss? Did we have the Dez catch rule? And what did y'all think of Romo last night? Back to the Super Bowl with the Chiefs going back to back. Next on Sean and Art.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
McKinnon is in at running back. First down and goal to go. Play action fake. Right side throw. Touchdown! Kansas City! McCole Hardman with the catch on the right side. A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game 25-22. And the Chiefs Kingdom has started its own history class.
2 clutch drives, one at the end of regulation, one at the end of overtime, and there's the call on Chiefs Radio. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Happy Monday morning. Good to be back in DFW after the week in Vegas. Thank you for being a Tolo, and that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. In case you did not know, we are your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. So Kyle Shanahan is getting destroyed, and he's getting roasted for being an all-time choker. 25-point lead in Super Bowl 51, 10-point lead in Super Bowl 54, 10-point lead last night. All losses for Kyle Shanahan.
All of them losses. All those double-digit. I mean, like you said, double-digit lead in every single Super Bowl as a head coach or an OC. Now, those 3 losses were all against Tom and Pat. It's like, yeah, he did that, but like, what are you gonna do, right? I mean, those are the goaty goats. It happens, and you would figure he would win one of them. Probably the 25-point lead is the one he would win, but it's for Kyle. It's like it's another spot, man. And here he is, and he did not have great games at all in this postseason. They did not look very good against Green Bay.
Yeah.
They did not look great against Detroit. You could make a case they should have lost those 2 games, and they should have won this one.
Right. And what he's getting killed for the most last night, maybe you have some other coaching points, Bobby, but the coin toss. Why take the ball first?
This is just people who are dumb and want to complain. You take the ball first because you...
By the way, first playoff game under the new overtime rules.
Yeah.
First OT game under the new playoff rules.
It's very, very simple. It is 100 times out of 100 you will take the ball because if you play to a draw, it's now a sudden death game and all you need is a field goal to win in the first 2 possessions. So if they kick the field goal, the Chiefs came down and kicked the field goal, then the Niners get the ball first. There's no recoin toss, right? It just now goes every other possession. And when they get the ball next on the 3rd time, all they need is a field goal to win.
Disagree. You know exactly what you need if you, just like the Chiefs. The Chiefs know exactly what they need going down the field.
Of course, that's absolutely a risk that you have to play in. But if you do play to a draw, you have the advantage. That's what
the draw at the end of the first overtime.
Yeah. So if the Chiefs just kick the field goal on that drive, right? So the Niners kick the field goal. If the Chiefs came down and kick, the Niners get the ball next. And all they need is a field goal to win. It's a sudden death. It's the old rules.
Yeah.
Right. It's the original overtime rules.
But okay.
I mean, they had literally just gotten 12 plays, 69 yards, 11 plays, 64 yards. Like you were expecting, like, oh, we can play this to a draw.
I mean, yeah, I think holding them to a field goal. Yeah, you could expect to hold them to a field goal. I mean, why would you expect them to give up another touchdown?
Well, I mean, you said just like I did that, like as soon as Pat Mahomes stood on the field in overtime, you thought he was going to drive down and score a touchdown. And that's the thing. I think that was the expectation from everybody. You need to know what you got to go and get. You have to know that. And that's where, I mean, you look, if you're worried about playing to the draw, you know what you do then? You score a touchdown and you go for 2.
Well, no, you're not going to do that because that puts you in a disadvantage if you don't get it.
You lose if you don't get it. That's what I'm saying. Like,
if you're the second time.
Yeah, if you're worried about playing to the draw, just go for it.
Oh, which I think a lot of teams are going to do. That is going to be look. I mean, you're just trying to play odds here. You're just trying to get a little house advantage. Because absolutely, yeah. If the Niners scored a TD, if I was Andy Reid, I'm going for 2 and ending the game right there. I'm going to put it in my control.
Right, and then that's the thing is that whoever gets the ball second and under these overtime rules has complete control over ending the game on their possession.
You do have complete control over ending the game on your possession for sure. But in the offset chance that, you don't take that chance, like there's a chance they wouldn't have. Most teams, I don't know, would go for 2 there. I think most teams would go, if they have to score a touchdown, a tie, just take the touchdown and the extra point. I think most teams would do that. I wouldn't, but I think most teams would do that. And in that case, you get the ball 3rd.
Do you think you should make that decision on the coin toss thinking about the 3rd possession? like that far down the road.
I think you have to think. I think you should always think about a possession ahead.
Which to me would be the second possession.
I think you kick.
Well, your possession ahead.
That's what I would have done. I would have kicked. There's no sincere competitive advantage anymore in the overtime coin toss rules if like you play it this way.
Let's see what Kyle Shanahan had to say to justify his decision.
You know, none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked to those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
So there he's talking about third. That was my confusion. I'm like, I'm thinking ahead, but like the first chess move is the second possession of overtime for that other team. Versus, all right, I'm going to assume what we do if it's a draw after the first two possessions. So I was like, that's really, really going a step ahead in my mind. But I'm dumb at math.
And to get the ball third would be their second possession, right? Because the Chiefs got the ball second. So, but also think of it this way: people are bringing this on the text. Their defense was just on the field for the final possession of regulation.
Romo brought that up too,
and maybe you want to give them a rest. I'm sure that played into it. Yeah. I don't remember there being a ton of time between the end of regulation, start of overtime. Usually it's a little bit extended. I don't remember it being that extended.
Yeah,
it seemed like it was just
pretty quick.
It was 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. I mean, look, this is just how I look at it. You let them march down the field. In the other scenario, you know exactly what you need. You can go for two. If you're worried about stopping them at that point because you've given up essentially 3 straight 70-yard drives, you go for 2, you end it. Like that's how I look at it. And look, it's a close enough of a call. Kyle Shanahan just talked about it. Their analytics people poured over it, looked at the different advantages, and said like, "Hey, we think you should go this way." So I understand it's a close thing, but to me, I want to know exactly what I need to do to end the football game.
Choppy, were you shocked that Andy Reid decided to kick to tie from the 6 versus go for it and maybe pin them back?
Are you talking about
at the end
with 6 seconds to go?
San Francisco stops 4th and goal at the 6 field goal. Whenever it got tied at 16-16.
No. I thought that they were going to take another shot at the end zone at the end of regulation. They had 6 seconds to go and a timeout.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to run another play. That's what I thought they were going to do. No, I don't remember in the moment having an issue.
That was with 5:46 left. 5:46 left. They decided to kick the 24-yarder. Versus going for it on 4th and goal from the 6.
Yeah, you're pretty far out there.
Campbell.
I don't even know if Dan Campbell does that one.
He did.
He did against us.
He did against us multiple times.
In a Super Bowl, I don't even know if Dan Campbell does that.
Now, if Mahomes doesn't get sacked for a 3-yard loss on the play before on 3rd down, they might go for it. 4th and goal from the 3, they might.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about the Dez catch that I tweeted about last night with Kyle Juszczyk on the sideline?
I mean, that was. And Bobby brought up they changed the rule, but that was, tell me the difference between that and Dez. Like, tell me the difference in those two. There's none.
So they got it right last night then. It was a catch.
Yes, and it should have been a catch in January 11th, 2015. So,
well, not according to the rules, but
the rules are stupid. So is Dean Blandino.
Real life, it was a catch. Rule life, it was not a catch. So they got it right last night there on the sideline. Although Andy Reid, man, he does not like to challenge a number of things. 3rd and 1s, 4th and 1s, ball being spotted. Let's call a timeout anyway, and then not call the timeout to challenge when we're doing the same thing. I'm like, Andy, man, like try to go ahead and don't leave yourself with do or dies.
And their refusal.
Man.
That was overtime, though, wasn't it?
What?
Wasn't that overtime, though? The Juszczyk catch?
Whoa.
That was overtime, I think. So that had to come from the booth.
Okay, yeah, but I just listed 5 other things.
I know. I'm just saying, the Juszczyk thing.
Well,
their refusal to run a QB sneak. I just
shotgun. Let's go shotgun.
Yeah, on that 4th and 1 in the overtime, like they were at their own 35 or whatever. I mean, they went shotgun. Like they refuse ever since that Denver game 5-6 years ago. They refuse to run a QB sneak with Mahomes.
How did you guys feel about the job that Romo did? Nance and Romo, as Jim Nance defended Tony last week in Vegas. Sean McManus, the CBS chairman, said, yes, there are times we've had to tell Tony to settle down.
Tony!
Calm down a little bit. Thank you, Frank Caliendo. And that is the best advice that you could give. Like getting too giddy, getting lost a little bit, searching for words, searching for terms. I thought he brought up some pretty good game points last night. He said Steve Spagnuolo is not going out here without blitzing. He will blitz in order to try to get Mahomes the ball back. Did a nice job of breaking down some plays as well. He still gets lost and a little caught here in some awkward moments with he throws out filler phrases. Him and Jim are a little cheesy and corny, but I thought Romo did a pretty nice job.
Yeah, I thought he was good. There was one specific moment.
game breakdown.
Yeah, there's one specific moment in the fourth quarter I remember where Purdy was sending somebody in motion, and then you saw him stop and stop use check and move him to the back. And Romo said, "Okay, he knows Nick Bolton's coming here. He identified Bolton's about to blitz. He's changing the play. He's going to move to the left," and that's what he did. And so there were a couple different times where he did stuff like that. I was not a big fan of at the beginning of the game, he was holding the microphone with two hands over his hand. I thought that looked a little funny. And then at the end, he had an awkward "I love you" sign off to Jim Nantz. Other than that, I thought he was pretty good. It was not a bad game for Tony Romo.
I thought it was okay.
Were you able to hear everything at your party?
Absolutely. I didn't think there was a moment where I was like, oh my God, this guy's terrible today. Nance didn't annoy me. I thought it was a fine performance.
What's happening out there?
There is a major wreck on 75, northbound going through Richardson. So traffic, I think it says northbound. I assume that's what it means. Impact on the lanes. They are closed, so it is closed down. 75 is closed down at parts of Richardson right now.
I'm supposed to be
little late there.
Little late, Pepe. Supposed to be spending time with my family, catching up, going to museums, chilling with little man. Nope. 2:00 appointment Saturday for this.
Well, both of them are on the floor now. And here's Gifford. Welcome to Dallas, big fella.
Dude, are you kidding me? The Dallas Mavericks, with the debuts of Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington, destroy the Oklahoma City Thunder at the AAC. Gafford in his debut, 19-9, a block, 4 offensive rebounds in 17 minutes. He stole the show from P.J. P.J. had 14 points, 5 rebounds, plus 24 on the floor, and the Mavericks could not have come out more impressive with their new look team.
No, that was as close to getting everything right as you could in a game.
That was fun.
Yeah, they had a hot start, and they had a bad second quarter, and that kind of looked like it was a game like that Milwaukee game where they blew like a 25-point lead, but they bounced right back in the third, and that was as good as you were going to get. It had a little bit of everything. A good game from Luka, good game from Kyrie, and then the new guys played well. They probably met those guys at shoot around that day.
Yeah. Oh, Derek Harper or Follow-Up, one of them said this is just street ball out here.
Yep, that's all it was. Maybe that's what they should play all year.
It's the first time in Mavericks history they've had 6 players be plus 20 in a game in the plus minus, and Luka Doncic was not one of them. He was plus 18. Yeah. So they had 6 other guys outside of Luka go plus 20 in this game.
They had the starting 5 for the Mavs had as many assists as the entire Thunder team.
And Bassick texted us all, Nico has finally done it. He turned Dwight Powell into the human cigar. Well done. Good text. That was fun. I'm already looking for the Mavs next game. I'm like, okay, when can we see all these guys out here on the floor again? It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. By the way, that next time is tonight against Gafford's former team as the Wizards are coming to the AAC with the tip-off at 7:30. All right, we've talked about Rex Ryan and Mike Zimmer. We've talked about Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks not agreeing with Tank Lawrence and this team just being tired. How about CeeDee Lamb addressing his mom? Going after Dak Prescott. The Expressway is commercial free with more Cowboys drama next on Sean and RJ.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And the Expressway means we are commercial free until the top of the hour every single weekday at this time. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We need y'all's best and worst of the weekends. Let us know all the trouble and debauchery that you got into, and that's coming up here in about 20-25 minutes after the trouble and the debauchery of the Dallas Cowboys. Getting in front of a microphone, just talking nonstop, saying some pretty dumb things. And CeeDee Lamb sat down on the Micah Parsons podcast and for the first time addressed the situation with his mom putting Dak Prescott on blast, saying, I wish he would go and play in Houston. Dak's not that guy. You know, a lot of these Cowboys don't want to win. CeeDee Lamb addressing what his mom said for the first time.
I have no conscience. No, I have not been talking to my mom about any of this. I don't talk to my mom about my sports nor my personal problems. She just being a mom. She knows her son. He comes home mad, unfortunately, when we lose. So she had the opportunity to voice her opinion on Facebook. Yeah, we know. I have, once again, I'm going to repeat this. No, I have no beef with my quarterback. I love my dog. He know that.
Bobby, that sounds like what you kind of guessed, going home frustration, just venting.
Yeah, and I think he handled it well. I think it was, he didn't have to get asked about it. Like at the beginning, it's not included on that one, but at the beginning of that segment, he didn't even get asked about it. He was just like, let's clear the air on something real quick, and it's about my mom. So I like the personal responsibility to bring it up on your own and to say, of course, I saw what my mom said. I'm not going to pretend like, oh, I didn't see that. I'm not really on social media. I didn't know Dan Quinn got hired by the Commanders. There wasn't anything like that. I appreciate the willingness to tackle it head on and to give it the context of it's mom. Mom, sometimes you come home and you're frustrated and mom feels that and mom starts getting her own takes from it. But I have no issue with Dak. And that has nothing to do with this. And so I think he answered it as well as you can answer it.
And then Micah and Lamb both wanted to come together to reiterate that playoff game, that Packer loss, was not on number 4.
Please say this to the world, the people, that Dak can take us there. Please.
Dak can definitely lead us. He just also need other leaders. And that's why I'm pointing at myself. Because I can help him. You know what I'm saying? It's only so much he can do. He already got so much on his plate. You feel what I'm saying?
So much. He got the hardest job in America.
Man, come on, think about it.
Hardest QB job. It's the hardest job in America. You're the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. The hardest job in America.
No cap. And that's why I say self-reflection. You got to have a lot of that. And I've thought, you know what I'm saying? No, that playoff game didn't end the way we wanted it, nor did I have the beginning or first half of the game that I wanted. But I've learned so much from that playoff game, believe it or not.
Okay.
All right.
So. I do. I buy it with him. I think there's a lot of inauthentic on this football team. I think CeeDee Lamb is about the realest person on this football team. And I appreciate and respect his ability to look back at things where he doesn't behave the right way and say, I didn't behave the right way.
Well, he definitely owned up to it in this next clip when Micah Parsons was asking him what Lamb needs to do for his own game moving forward.
First and foremost, I do got to grow up.
Wow.
There's plenty of ways of me handling different situations. Me being mad is not one of the answers. You know what I'm saying? And I know this.
So times throughout the year, you get frustrated, people feeling your energy, frustration, and just carrying it on.
I just feel like that's contagious. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Instead of just be like,
I could be more of a leader. You know what I'm saying? I could be more vocal, even though I know that's not me. But understanding the situation, bro. If I'm going to take this label of being one, I take full accountability, bro. If I want to take this label of being one, I can't. It's times where I got to get out my shell. You know what I'm saying? My comfort zone.
And you got to rally the offense.
You feel me? And
Dak, find me.
Like, Dak, come on. Or, Dak, I'm not open on this. You got B Cooks on whatever. Or you got MG on this. I could do this.
I love this guy. I love CeeDee Lamb.
You know what he should really do? He should really just start bumping Mike McCarthy. People will start liking him better. Getting in his face and yelling at him like Kelsey did.
I think people like CeeDee Lamb. People like CeeDee Lamb a lot. I have a lot more faith listening to him talk about leadership than I do the guy next to him. Micah Parsons. I don't have any faith in Micah talking about it. It's just unfortunate CeeDee's like not that type of guy naturally. Sounds like he's going to try to force himself to be a little more outward because we knew sitting out with him at training camp. This guy, I think he's something special.
Yeah, and I mean, look, like, take the conversation we had with him at training camp where he said, you guys had interviewed him before. He wasn't very good.
No.
And when he sat down and he had improved and you asked him about it, you're like, hey, you've gotten really good at this. But then he told you, he's like, I've worked at it. He's like, I made a conscious effort to work at being better at this. And so I love his commitment to, I love how he is able to identify flaws within himself as a player, within himself as a leader, and consistently over the last few years has changed that. Look, as much as we say he pouted, his pouting was worse 2 years ago. Like when you remember how badly he got taken out of the Tampa game in the opener where Dak had gotten hurt, where he just 2 catches on 11 targets and he would just slump on the sideline, got completely taken out of the game. He is, to me, I understand there's still areas where he falls short. To me, he is a model for personal and professional growth within the NFL. And I think that that's somebody who, if you told me for the next 10 years, and I wouldn't want to make a decision, I'd rather have them together. But if you told me for the next 10 years, I can have CeeDee on the team or Dak on the team, CeeDee to me is so important to what they do moving forward.
Ooh. Yeah, and I'm not going to dismiss what happened. What happened at the beginning of that Packer game between Dak and Lamb was ludicrous. It was ridiculous.
It was
unnecessary, inexplicable. I would love to hear him talk about that. Like early on, like you guys melt down, have a hissy fit and a tantrum, like in the first 5 minutes of that game, all falling apart. That was bizarre. That was weird.
Very weird. It's as if something was boiling over from the week.
Yeah,
like that. You don't get that angry after 4 minutes. Something happened during the week or the week before or whatever.
Dak probably knew CeeDee's mom had the tweet in the draft. She hadn't sent it, but it was drafted, and you're getting ready to hit it.
He saw that CeeDee's mom opened up her face, activated the Facebook account again. She had deactivated it prior weeks.
She waved to him on Facebook.
She waved.
He knew she was back.
She waved.
Poked.
Poked.
It's funny. I think that when you talk to people after the game, there were a couple people that I talked to that had said like they played us the way we were worried they would be able to dominate us. And I wonder if that's what caused them to boil over. They knew this is the only way they can beat us, and they saw within the first few minutes, oh crap, they're going to beat us this way today.
Well, let's play the Jordan Love clip. People lost their minds over this clip. One, Cowboy fans were humiliated and embarrassed over what Jordan Love said. And number two, some were upset that Micah Parsons actually sat down with Love and asked him this on his pod.
Yeah, man, I think the key for us going to the game.
Let me set it up better. Micah asked Jordan Love, what was the game plan? What was the strategy against us that allowed you to blow us out?
Yeah, man, I think the key for us going to the game was we needed to run the ball. Like that was a huge thing. Obviously, we played y'all the year before, and I felt like we ran the ball pretty well. So just going against y'all, I'm not trying to talk, but y'all linebackers, I think y'all had a DB playing linebacker. I don't know, but like that was our goal, was to be able to run the ball, and it was going to set everything else up. And obviously, I think y'all biggest weapon is y'all pass rush. And so great DBs over there too, but I feel like they rely on the pass rush. You know what I mean? When you got a great pass rush, you thinking the quarterback going to get the ball out of his hands quick. And so we're able to, take advantage of that by, getting some chips on you, slow you down a little bit. D. Lawrence, slow him down a little bit. But, man, I knew I was going to have to hang in that pocket, take a couple hits from you, take a couple hits from those guys. The guys we had at receiver, man, I was confident that they were going to go out there and do what they needed to do against y'all DBs, man.
For sure.
Yeah, we suck, bro.
We knew too. We knew too that we were going to get torched by your receivers. So that is Jordan Love talking about the run game, making fun of the size at linebacker, and then being like, yeah, we didn't really fear your corners.
Are you embarrassed?
At all versus our no-name receivers.
You know who I think, in addition to the fans, is a little put off by Micah doing things like this? I think there are probably teammates that are a little put off by this.
The podcast?
The podcast in general, the constantly praising opponents, things like that. I think I think that leaves a little bit of a sour taste in guys' mouth. I don't think it's like a huge issue, but I do think that there are some guys that are probably like, dude, come on. We don't have to step up there on a big platform where we can talk about how great our opponents are.
Man, I understand what you're saying, but here, everyone's got a podcast these days. Like all these athletes, they have a podcast, they got social media. Like I don't think the players care anymore. I think 15 years ago, this would be a huge deal. Today, I'm like, man, like look around every sport. They've all got something going on.
Does anyone have an issue with Micah sitting Love down and asking him this or that question? I don't.
I don't have an issue with him asking the question. Unchecked, sitting there and going like, your linebackers kind of suck. I figured we were going to be able to take advantage of your defensive back.
Well, he didn't say they sucked. He made fun of the personnel, and the personnel was true.
Sure, but to hit it and then especially say, I knew we'd have success against your DBs, then Mike, I think the problem is the hallelujah chorus of Micah going, for sure.
Well, how's Micah going to say anything? He called out his entire roster after the season. How's he going to open his mouth? He's the one saying, like, we didn't go all in. We need better players around.
Yep. No doubt. You think that sits well with guys on that defense with him?
Hell
that
no.
He says, I need better players to play next to me because I'm doing everything I can. These guys are, schlubs.
Anything else from the strategy of what Jordan Love said in the way that they decided to attack?
I mean, look, you're talking about Jordan Love said a year ago running the ball that he's like, I knew we could run the ball a year ago, and so I figured we'd be able to do it today because I knew you guys hadn't done anything to fix it, basically is what he said. And you watch consistently this year, that's the way teams knew how to attack them. And Mike Zimmer, assuming that one goes through, that has to be line item one. We know he can generate pressure. We know what he can do in the pass game. He's got to figure out a way to make this run game better because this is 3 straight defensive coordinators now who have not been able to figure out how to make this defense stop the running game.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. By the way, some more Cowboys news before best and worst of the weekend. By the way, Micah Parsons did have the most jersey sales in the 2023-2024 season.
Wow.
So there's the Cowboys championship that they care so much about. Cowboys and Dak, according to Ian Rappaport, get ready. Expected to have a deal done before free agency that will make him one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL. Expected to have a deal done before free agency.
Well, it would have to be. And if it's not, they're screwed. If they want to dive in that pool, right? I mean, because they've got him, they've got Micah, they got CeeDee they want to sign. And with his $60 million cap hit, if they don't get that deal done before the start of the league year, they're in trouble.
You can free up a lot of money because you remember last week we went over here's ways you can free up $40 million without touching Dak. And then if you actually extend Dak and you make those moves, you're talking about freeing up a significant amount of money to go out there and be all in. Whatever that means, you can be all in. You can go do that this offseason if you want by flipping certain switches and doing certain things financially. And I think for anybody to take them seriously, given what they've done with their coaching staff this offseason, you have to do that.
And then Adden Dirty got hired as the new defensive coordinator in Seattle. So born in England, played in NFL Europe before embarking on the coaching career at the age of 44, will be the defensive coordinator for Mike McDonald's staff in Seattle, a guy that you said was very highly thought of in Frisco.
Yeah, you were going to lose him eventually. This is one of those things where he couldn't just sit there at defensive line coach. People around the league respect him way too much. And when you're talking about this late in the game, like how long it took for Seattle to hire them and the minimal amount of options, this one makes a lot of sense of just like, hey, here's a really well-regarded guy who has been interviewing for these jobs, still hasn't gotten one. This seems to fill a void here for us unless you want to go get a retread like Rivera or Rex Ryan. And so happy for him. I know there are a lot of guys on the Cowboys defense who are going to be unhappy to lose him.
Did you think it was possible they would let Dak just play this out and not give him his new deal?
Yeah. I mean, I still until it's done. We'll continue. I'm going to continue to assume that way, just because I think it makes the most sense to go ahead and extend him, and I would extend him because I believe in what he did this year and what he can be moving forward. There's way too much chatter though of people going like, well, what if you did? There's too much like conversation behind the scenes of people going, well, this is. I mean. Just think about it, though. What if we did? Not saying that they were going to, but they're kicking it around too much, or it's being discussed too much to make me think that it's not a possibility.
Financially, if they believe that they want to keep him beyond this year, then financially they have to extend him. If it's still up in the air, then I suppose you could extend him, but structure the contract so the dead money is not as bad. I don't know if there's a way to do that. I'm sure there is, and make sure you don't give him a no trade clause. Like that. That's it. But if you think he's going to be here beyond this year, then you kind of have to extend him financially.
All right, we are back from Vegas. Great to be home. Some of us a lot more happier than others. Let's find out all about it with best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Let's start with everybody's Super Bowl party, where you went, what you ate, and what you drank. 877-881-1053. I love going back and forth with the Tolos yesterday for the spread, all the barbecue, and all the things that you were preparing right here in DFW. I went with the Hurtado-inspired Texas Twinkies, cream cheese, pulled pork, bacon-wrapped jalapenos.
Where's the yellow dye number 5?
Yellow dye? That's
what's in Twinkies. It's that makes it yellow, right?
Oh, okay.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Probably not good for you, but whatever.
Yeah, probably not good for you. So Texas Twinkies, I just love wrapped jalapenos like that. And I couldn't keep the bacon on like I wanted. I couldn't keep the bacon on. You know, it was like sliding off a little bit. So I was very disappointed in myself. And then like a pepper jelly jam to go ahead and glisten them up, a little bit of sweetness. Well, those were good. I made carne asada potato skins. The wife wanted carne asada in them.
Sounds good.
Could have put even more meat, lacking a little bit of salt, but they were good. She really, really liked them more than I did. And then Matt Pittman's smoked cream cheese for the first time, and that was the hit. Taking a block of cream cheese, putting on some of Pittman's Holy Gospel as he joins us every other Wednesday, smoking it, putting some pepper jelly on top of that, crackers, and you can just munch on that all day long. Had a little bit of scotch, couple little. I didn't want to go beer or seltzer throughout the whole day. Just had a little bit, but that was my Super Bowl spread with the fam.
I've always been told, I don't know if this is true, it has been reflected, but I've always been told scotch is a sign of aging, Sean. That then when you start sipping on the scotch, you've reached an age of maturity.
Oh, maturity.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
That's why I'll never drink scotch. That's why I'll continue to pound wine and everything else that I do.
You shoot.
Yeah, exactly. I shoot wine. We had we weren't really planning on doing anything.
Wait, actually, I think it was whiskey. Whistle Pig.
Yeah, it's a whiskey.
Whistle Pig's
it's a
good.
bourbon.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was so
Whiskey.
good.
Very good.
Yeah. So I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Whistle Pig is good stuff, man. The Boss Hog Samurai, it's good stuff.
Thanks,
it's expensive.
Jamie. Jamie still hooking it up from Glazers as I got that leftover stash. Thank you, brother.
Go ahead. You were saying?
No, so I was just saying we weren't planning on doing anything. We ended up having Cody came over. He brought some bacon wrapped jalapeno poppers. We did that. Kristen made some like queso that was really simple. It was like chili, pepper jack, cheddar, and just melted. That ended up being really good. So pretty good spread overall. I made a bunch of cocktails. Enjoyed those, as you saw through my text messages last night, that I was clearly inebriated.
Angrier, yep.
But you know what? I went back and reviewed them this morning. Punctuation was perfect. Didn't have any grammatical errors. That's what I was really happy with.
That was autocorrect.
I'm starting to find that middle. But enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. We had Addison went to some went to some Super Bowl party with a friend of hers, and so kind of a quiet evening. I got way more invested in the game than I was anticipating because I need to be right. That was the biggest takeaway. And so as they were losing, that was the frustrating thing. I do.
So need to be right or your desperate need for attention? Is that which one are you focusing on?
I don't know. You'll need to record a video message for me that I can play for. Just like, hey, this is what Sean thinks I have a problem with.
Yeah, I actually wanted to go to the therapy session.
He did.
Like I told his wife I'll be responsible for fixing Bobby.
Oh, like a +1. Like
Okay. Not all the stuff I've learned from BetterHelp.
Did you enjoy that when you asked Kristen, like, hey, do you think this is helping Bobby at all? She's like, no.
Yeah,
no, not at all.
Absolutely not. Man, being I used to wonder what it would be like to do like a getaway with the kids, because I like your kids a lot. But getaway with all you guys?
No, hell no.
Not after the Italian dinner.
I could have told you that.
Not happening. My wife would throw me off the bridge.
Well, he has the palate of a 3-year-old for starters, and then he just
rules out every restaurant,
everything.
You can't handle the liquor, so he ruins my food and drink.
Yep, it's
you know what I mean?
What am I supposed to do? I was told it makes
act like an adult.
When I have when I reject
act
every
like
dinner,
a 30-year-old.
When I reject every dinner, then you guys say, "Oh, I'm making it all about me." When I don't, I was told I made it all about me. When I agreed to go to the restaurants, and then I just didn't order anything because I didn't want any of it. Like either way,
did you really not order anything at the Italian place?
No, I did the Italian place. Somewhere else we'd gone in Oxnard. It was the same thing.
Chicken fettuccine, he had to.
Which, by the way,
soak up.
Said it was $16 on the wall, and they told us the menu's on the wall. And then when we get the bill, it's like $38. I still need to Venmo you, by the way. I just remembered that.
Yeah. For 2 people.
Can do that right now.
Yeah, for two
people. Thank you.
Did everyone else pay you? Will Chuck? And,
Everybody else paid.
Eric?
Everybody else paid.
All right.
So thank you for that. And thank you for that, Bobby. We went to our friend Gloria's house. She's a restaurant owner.
Black Bean Dip.
Baja Cantina.
Oh, not Gloria's.
No. Yeah, she owns Baja. So she catered
Sounds like business is struggling with the TV cutting out, not working.
No, that's YouTube TV.
Oh.
That's YouTube
Yo,
TV.
go to go to Baja and buy some guacamole.
Yeah,
Get that cable working.
It's so she catered that. She had her salsa, her chips, her guac, her fajitas. Fantastic. And then everybody brought their own sides. We brought
What'd you take?
Sarah made those club crackers, the green box club crackers? They're like rectangular.
Okay.
All right. She made those with a strip of bacon and a jalapeno on top with brown sugar.
Ooh.
Oh, fantastic. And then I was stunned by this. She had never heard of the concept of people, kids mainly, taking scoops of brown sugar and eating it.
I never heard of it.
Really?
Don't do that.
I used to do that all the time as a kid. Just, brown sugar. Here we go.
I mean, brown sugar's phenomenal.
It tastes wonderful.
Brown sugar on butter, on toast with butter.
On anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cinnamon.
I wonder if you put brown sugar on your jalapenos with the bacon, that would make them stick because it would get like...
Ooh, caramelized sticky.
Yeah. I wonder if that would work.
Giddy up.
It's good taste, right?
Great taste.
It's a good taste. So
phenomenal.
Did
you do that? You said scoops of brown
No,
sugar?
never heard of it.
Okay. Man. Okay, you got some stuck on your lips, so I figured I'd ask. Like brown sugar on your lip.
Yeah, but that was she had a margarita machine that she brought in.
Oh,
yeah, fantastic.
Very
nice party.
Hey, Pay.
Yeah, I went with the cheeseburger sliders at the parents' house, and then jalapeno poppers, and then my mom made a charcuterie board with something with the board that I bought her for her birthday. So
bought her a board,
charcuterie board. Like it was one of those double deckers. You start tall and it like works its way out with all the tools and everything. She likes it, and and then the queso as well with it. So simple.
So did you guys put together the poppers? Like Cody, did he make them?
Yeah.
He did?
Yeah, he brought them over like cold, and then he put them in the oven when he got there.
And you?
Yeah. Cut open the jalapeno and then stuff it with the cream cheese and the bacon.
That's a process.
Mm-hmm.
It was very involved. And when he first pulled them out, they were not cooked through all the way. I was like, that bacon looks pink. You're putting it back in the oven. He's like, oh, crap. I was using residual heat that wasn't actually turned on. And so, because Kristen had made brownies earlier in the day. In fact, when I told Laura.
She is a great baker.
I told Laura, I was like, hey, we've got Mr. Cody's coming over today. And Laura, this is how predictable Kristen's brownies are. Well, as soon as I said Mr. Cody's coming over, Lauren, I think I will be smelling brownies in the air very soon.
Oh.
So she knew. She knew that's exactly what was coming.
Leftovers from Vegas. I did not notice Bobby wearing his neck roll on the flight back because I sat in front of him and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Did you wear the neck roll? People said you were wearing it the wrong way.
I did not know. So guys, you cannot just see stuff on TikTok and think that that's the truth now. People believe that you're supposed to turn the neck roll around and have it sit on your Adam's apple.
So the open part is behind you?
That's what they say, because they say it's supposed to keep your head up. That is, people like a bunch of different companies have come out and said, actually, no, that's not. You can wear it that way, but that is not what it's meant for. It is not meant to be worn that way. That's why on the box, it's not turned around. People are wearing it the other way around. But no, I did not wear it. I did get some Raisinets while we were in the...
oh, God, he was furious about this.
I was, because it was a $15 bag of Raisinets at the airport that I had gotten yelled at for that. So we went and Kristen had taken a seat, so I put him in the seat in pocket in front of me. And then I was like, well, there's a row all the way in the back that we can take, which ended up being the play because nobody sat next to us. So we got the entire row to ourselves. But so I got up and I was like, come on. I was like, just grab those Raisinets because I got to run. So Kristen got up. She didn't hear me say that, left them in the pocket. So I was like, crap, they're sitting up there in that plane. So as we were walking back up front, when the plane landed, I looked and some lady who took that seat just was like, Raisinets, sweet. Opened the thing up, ate the whole damn bag. It was just folded over empty, stuffed in the front seat. What's
she supposed to do?
I wouldn't
stand up and hold it in front of everyone?
No, just not touch. If you saw him in front of you, if you were like, I have no idea how long those have been sitting there, whatever else, wouldn't you just not eat them?
The box is closed?
No, it's a bag. It was a bag. And
Right,
it was closed.
it was sealed.
Yeah.
Then what's the problem?
100% taking it.
I'm not
Sealed.
taking it. I'm not touching it, if that's the case. If I sit down and I see it there, it's like, I don't know why that's there, who put it there. I don't know if this is John Quinones from 2020 trying to do a what would you do situation.
Yeah, you just find eating your wet, slimy cheese out of your protein packs.
Oh, that was
Yeah, it was
disgusting.
disgusting. I mean, I may look at the package, see if it's been tampered with. Maybe there's a needle hole in it. Other than that, if they're and shy of that, I'm eating it, man.
Of course. It was your stupidity for buying a $15 thing of Raisinets to begin with. $15.
I needed something sweet on the plane, and they just absurdly charge you in Vegas. The $11 ATM fees.
Oh, yeah. My biggest takeaway from Vegas, though, is the advances in technology. Sphere, the hotel card machine check-in.
Wonderful.
That was that was crazy. Parking garage, just examining your license plate.
Oh yeah, so when we left the hotel we were staying, and now when we went to the other one where Radio Row was, Mandalay, I had to use my card. But at our hotel, after you use your room key the first time, it takes your license plate down, and then it's got your name associated with that, so it just lets you in and it lets you out without taking a card, without swiping anything. Very, very efficient.
And pay, checking into the hotel, it's like going to a kiosk at the airport.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and stand in line at the front desk, and it cranks your key out of the machine and gets it to you.
Wow.
So quick, so efficient.
Oh, I love that.
It was fantastic.
It's pretty awesome.
Swipe your card for the incidentals as well. So the Sphere, the Buddy Cake Boss.
Yeah,
I told Amanda I almost shattered that machine. I hate that guy.
Every morning, we're down there at 2 in the morning. It's the only time in Vegas that it's quiet, is right by our elevator at 2 in the morning. And this little virtual video, Buddy Velastro, Sean walks down there half asleep every morning, and then you hear, "Hey, you, come get a slice of cake." And every morning you heard the "Hey, you," and Sean would jump. And the last day, he turned around and he punched the screen. He's like, "Shut up!" That thing, the only thing there were 3 things that Sean was going to lose his mind at this week. The virtual buddy. There was the slow service of every bartender in every restaurant. And then the handlers at Radio Row. The handlers at Radio Row were going to lose your mind.
I'm fine with maybe not having any guests next year. I really don't want to deal with it.
They were
Jay Glazer. I hate Jay Glazer even more now. I was about to apologize to him, but these handlers, this was the worst job that I've ever seen. Tony Fay puts them all to shame. Tony Fay PR.
Tony Fay's the best.
Everyone else, you all should be fired. Y'all should be wiped out.
Was anybody on time all week? Or I feel like the closest anybody got to being on time was like 10 minutes late. Everybody was more like...
Yeah, the scrubs.
Frank Caliendo was on time.
And no handler. He just did it himself.
And at 4 in the morning.
And then street cred to RJ Choppy and street cred to Bobby Belt as we went to the site. We had a Tom Brady Patriot problem with our vehicle the entire time.
We had the deflator. Somebody. I had a tough time with tires over the last week because I had an issue with Sarah's yesterday. But yeah, in Vegas, they gave us a car with a flat tire.
It was an expedition.
An expedition.
Monster.
A boat.
Oh, what a mammoth vehicle that is. PlatinumFord.com.
And Bobby thought that your driving or your parking got worse throughout the week.
But he landed with the final parking job was his best of the week. You admit, it felt like every time we parked, you go, "Am I on the line?" We're like, "Yeah." You're like, "Okay, screw it." And then you get out.
So the hotels have these they're the cockeyed spots where they're like kind of at an angle. But these didn't seem like they were at enough of an angle. They're not at a normal angle. It was a less angle. And I just, I couldn't get it figured out right. It was very, very crooked. I was mostly in the lines, but also got to the point where I just stopped caring.
Yeah,
we were running on no sleep, and I was just like, whatever, man.
So this tire pressure got all low, and then we decided to stop for the man of the show, RJ Choppy, to inflate the tires. And Bobby, you noticed the cross streets.
Flamingo and Caval, we were right there where Tupac had his final car ride, and I hope it was.
We think.
Yeah, allegedly.
We don't know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It could be that it's
DeMar Hamlin. Him and DeMar could be riding around Vegas right now.
Exactly. He could be off on an island somewhere. We did. What I wanted to drive home, as I mentioned several times, that was the intersection. I think I mentioned it every day.
That and the 23rd floor,
32nd floor,
32nd floor. Holy crap! I almost strangled you on the first day.
Of Mandalay, where the Vegas shooter
Nick Eatman, because Nick Eatman was at the Mandalay, and Nick Eatman, when he found out we were talking about, like, oh yeah, this is where that happened. Nick was like, what? Like,
what happened?
Where the shooting happened, the Vegas shooting a couple years ago, the one where I don't remember what was the country concert one.
Jason Aldean, right?
You acted like you were there.
No, but I've been
I didn't like now you forget.
Third row seats.
No, every damn day last week you talked Jason Aldean, and now you forget.
Yeah, the country concert was down there. I don't know what it's called.
You almost shed a tear. Like you're one of these people that we work with who has to draw their own self to every event. Shut up, Peyton. Don't do that. To every single event. Well, I remember when I watched them on TV. Oh, I'm mourning them. I remember. My name has. Shut up. My name has the same letter as their name.
Yes.
And Bobby was like acting like he was at the concert, like he was underneath tables dodging the gunfire.
I thought the same.
And now
thing.
he's trying to downplay it.
I'm
not going to let you do it.
You know why? Because you're scared to say the name Jason Aldean on the radio.
Why won't you say Jason Aldean on the radio?
Because he's.
I'll say Jason.
It's not Morgan Wallen.
No, it wasn't. No, I referred to it as the Jason. I referred to it as the Jason Aldean concert. It was not just his concert though. That's what I'm saying. I don't remember. It was like an off the rails country fest or something.
He was on stage.
He was on stage when it happened. Yeah, that's what happened. And no, you guys always twist this around and make it sound like I'm much more dramatic than I am. What I had said was, I mentioned it. I said, oh, that's the Mandalay Bay, blah, blah, blah. And then you said, why do you care? That was years ago. And I said, this is the first time I've been in Vegas since that happened. And I was saying, like, I've never seen the hotel since I know what it is.
You're like, I was there the week before. I was so tied to the event.
I was there right before that.
Is this desperate connection.
Not what I said at all.
Were you there the week before?
Yes, but I didn't say it. But
how did I know that?
Because you asked why I was like, I was like, well, I was here the week before. I didn't even notice.
You don't own what you say. I hear it because you say it 50,000 effing times. It's burned into my brain.
This is Peyton's siblings all over again. That you guys have revisionist history. Go, what? You've mentioned this 4 times? You guys team up with your old man brains and give us the revisionist history together, and it's ridiculous. But we did go to Flamingo and Caval, and what stands out is when you look at that intersection, there's no way that those shooters can just get away without being caught unless somebody wanted them to get away. Because it's right in the middle of the crowded strip. Like, you can't just lose those people. It's the strip, and then it's the desert just outside of there.
But back in 1998, it was not. If you go look at it,
96, September 7th, 1996.
Yeah, 98 was Biggie. If you go look,
97 was Biggie.
If you go look at the
Bob
photo,
was probably there for that too.
If you
Big L was 98.
If you go look at the photo of the Las Vegas Strip in that time, it was, I would say, 25% as crowded as it is now. Not even.
And then it's the desert. How can you not follow somebody into the desert? Where are you running away to?
There's nothing out. Don't say that there's nothing out there.
Suge Knight paid those people. Well, never mind.
Oh, go ahead. I thought your conspiracy.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I think Derek Holland told me that.
I wouldn't say anything about Suge, no matter if he's in jail or not. I don't know. 877-881-1053. This is the Expressway, commercial free, to recap your weekend and our trip from Vegas. Great to be back in DFW. All right, I got a little Super Bowl edition of True or False. Kyle Shanahan is nothing but a choker. Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs are villains. And would you rather be the Cowboys than San Fran with this type of heartache? Little Super Bowl edition of True or False, overreaction or not, is next. But
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tommy Townsend is set to punt inside the Kansas City 25. The punt will come from our right to our left. It's a knee-high long snapper, right-footed punt. And here is the ball landing in front of Ray McLeod, who gets it out of... Oh, he fumbled! He had the ball and he fumbled it at the 17. The Chiefs have recovered! Oh, calamity!
Turning point of the game on Westwood 1. San Francisco muffin the punt. Kansas City gets it on the 49ers 16. MVS touchdown on the next play for a 13-10 lead. And then I thought that maybe San Francisco would go away. But they respond. They score. But, of course, it's clutch Pat Mahomes, a.k.a. MJ, a.k.a. Tom Brady at the very end of regulation and overtime. And the Chiefs go back-to-back, first team in 19 years to do it since the Patriots. And they'll be searching for the first ever three-peat in the history of the National Football League in a year in which you think Pat Mahomes may be getting more help. This was a down year.
Yeah.
And the National Football League still let them get one. Now, they went out and took it as well. Buffalo, Baltimore, San Fran. That's a gauntlet. Here we are in Dallas, thankful that you get Green Bay. Oh, my gosh, maybe Detroit. Maybe Detroit. We already knew would be eliminated by the 49ers, but Kansas City put the big boy pants on, went on the road, and did it as underdogs.
Man, they've got the formula. The formula is if you want a dynasty and a salary cap-driven league, you got to find the goat of goats at quarterback. That's what you need, and they've got it. It's very difficult for any team to figure it out because, Bobby saw the stat up here. They're the two youngest average age defenses in Super Bowl history. They've got two of them and two championships.
The top two.
C and D, man. What do you got to be on defense? You got to be cheap and deep. Cheap and deep, and that's what they are. They are young. Young is cheap. They are cheap and they are deep.
It's amazing the way that they evolve, though, because when they win their first Super Bowl, everybody talked about what an awful defense they had and how it's they can't do this, they can't do that. They get wrecked. Their offensive line gets torn up against Tampa. They get the ball thrown all over against Tampa. Now it's a couple years later, we're talking about, wow, this offensive line, they've improved so much, and the defense now is one of the best in the NFL. I mean, this was a defensive battle for most of the game.
It's the opposite of the Patriots. The Patriots started with defense, then became offense. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs started with offense, and this was about defense.
Yeah.
Steve Spagnuolo could be the hero.
Yeah, real quick. So in every other, he's one of the only quarterbacks, him and both Mannings, to have multiple Super Bowls with an average points per drive defense of 16th in the league or worse. This was the one year where he was not that. And they were third this year in points per drive defensively. And he gets his title, right? He has done it both himself and with help. Very few people get both. Usually it's one or the other. He is just on another level of everybody else.
I just hate it. That they go this time where it's you got Mahomes and Tyreek and they're high flying, and then as soon as it's aha, he's lost all his weapons, then it's he's got one of the best defenses in the NFL and it'll be fine. It's good grief. What will it take?
Lindsey Jones reporting that multiple 49ers players said after the game they were not aware of the new overtime rules. The Chiefs, on the other hand, have been planning for the scenario. Chris Jones said they were going to go for two had San Francisco scored a touchdown. So multiple 49ers players, man, more dinging of Kyle Shanahan's greatness right here with blowing all the Super Bowl and playoff leads and now apparently not getting his team up to date with the new rules.
Yeah, look, you've got to, as a coach, with the little things, you've got to do that. A lot of this, though, I mean, it is on the players. Now, I think an overtime rule is something that the coach has to coach. Has to coach. You've got to let them know what's going on. There are most rules you just expect at the NFL level these guys to know. I don't think the coach is to teach you that you need 2 feet in bounds. Right? That's just that you don't need to. An overtime rule, that's a miss. That's a missed opportunity on Shanahan's part. You got to let these guys know because there's a chance they don't, especially when it's a new thing. When it's never been done before. We've never seen this in a postseason game.
I'm really upset now that San Francisco didn't score a touchdown on the first possession, because I would have loved to watch that entire team start throwing their helmets off thinking they just won the Super Bowl because they didn't know the overtime rules. Eric Armstead said that he didn't, apparently after the game told reporters that he didn't realize there were no overtime rules till literally flashed up on the Jumbotron after regulation what the new rules were. Kyle Juszczyk was like, I thought if we scored a touchdown the game was over. I guess that's not the case though. And like Lindsey Jones points out, she's like, look, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe the only one who needs to know this is Kyle Shanahan, but when you've had the collapses that Kyle Shanahan's had in the Super Bowl, it's just another thing to say, why are you not doing this? Why is this not covered?
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Some Super Bowl overreactions or not. Kyle Shanahan is the Dak Prescott of coaches.
No, man. He's like, I give him grief, but he's still the best OC of the generation, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You got McVay.
But McVay is Shanahan's tree, right?
But Kyle Shanahan is the head coach, not just the offensive coordinator.
I know. But okay, so but the offensive mind. No, I don't think he's a choker.
Okay.
I don't think he's a choker. I mean, look, he blew 3 leads of 10 points or more in the Super Bowl. He didn't blow him to Joe Flacco. He blew him to Brady and Mahomes. Like, it's whatever.
So as a coordinator in Atlanta, that one's pretty inexcusable across the board from everybody.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's just Shanahan. But Shanahan, remember, he received a lot of criticism for, like, why are you not just running the ball out? What are you doing here?
And that blame has to go first to Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
He's the head coach.
I think they ran the ball 4 times in the second half of that game.
It was not a lot. And
last night they had 6 straight plays, 6 passes. Romo was like begging for them to run.
This one, his 2 Super Bowl losses, again, I don't know how much that's on Shanahan last night versus they couldn't get a stop. And the first Super Bowl, again, they couldn't get a stop, and you have Jimmy Garoppolo as your quarterback. Garoppolo, who that game should have been over if he doesn't have an overthrow. Garoppolo consistently always has overthrows in big moments. And so, to me, it's, what do you want to blame him for? Do you want to blame him for personnel over the years in San Francisco? Like that he neglected quarterback too long, whatever else? Maybe you can do that. But to me, I still think it's a miracle that, like you talk about, Chop, that you need to go get your Mahomes. You need to go get the top-tier quarterback. The fact that he's sustained success like this without having a Mahomes and been... And like to where we're talking about, is he a choker with guys who were considered nobodies? To me, is impressive.
I agree. Overreaction. This next one's coming from Peyton Russell asking if the Kansas City Chiefs are a lucky dynasty. The luckiest dynasty, if you can even say such a thing.
Yeah, they're lucky that the Bears took Mitch Trubisky over Patrick Mahomes. They're lucky that the Browns took Myles Garrett. They're lucky that everybody passed on Mahomes. That's where they're lucky. But they have him.
State your case, Peyton, why you brought it up last night.
Well, I mean, the 49ers blew a 10-point lead 4 years ago with, what was it, like 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter?
Mm-hmm.
Lucky. That was a choke job. You had the Buffalo game where they came back with 13 seconds left. That doesn't happen. You replay that game on TV, the Chiefs lose that game. Like that does not happen. And then you have this. Now, you can say, oh, well, it's just clutch. It's because they have Mahomes. Like, sure, that's fine. But, like, it just seems like there's so many things that went in the fumble in the third quarter. If he fields that punt, they get the ball at the start of the fourth quarter. 49ers do with the lead. It just seems like a lot of stuff went against the other teams they've played that helped the Chiefs other than vice versa.
And then you got to go through the other dynasties with their lucky moments because they all have to have lucky moments. I can't speak to the 90s Cowboys dynasties and what was lucky because I wasn't old enough to remember week to week, day to day, month to month. But the Patriots, the Raiders got screwed by the snow game. They got screwed. They got cheated.
Yep.
You had to have the comeback from now 28-3. The Malcolm Butler Seattle play. That does not happen 99 out of 100 times.
And they won 2 of their titles when they only scored 13 offensive points.
Yeah, that Rams Super Bowl was hideous. That's what yesterday was trying to remind me of.
The first Rams one, remember, there was a pick 6, Ty Law. I think it was Ty Law. Yeah. And they only scored 13 offensive points. And then in regulation, and then this one, the second one against the Rams, they only scored 13 offensive points. So you need to have a little bit of luck. I don't care what dynasty you are. I don't care what championship team you are. You've got to have bad teams. You got to get favorable draws at some point. Look, if you go back and you look, let's say Detroit to beat San Fran. The luck is Cowboys lose to Green Bay and they get Tampa at home in the second round as opposed to coming here. Everybody's got to have luck somewhere. Everybody.
I don't think last night was the only game I felt like during this dynasty run for Kansas City where I'm like, that's just lucky. Like stuff like a ball bouncing off of a foot on a punt and some of the dumb fluky stuff that happened. That was the one game. And so, no, I don't think that's like it. I look back more to Pittsburgh. You look at immaculate reception. You look at their 4th Super Bowl. Bradshaw throws 3 interceptions and they win the game. You look at the fact that you've got the Lynn Swann miracle catches in the first Dallas Super Bowl. The second Dallas Super Bowl, Jackie Smith drops the most wide open touchdown in the history of the NFL. To me, Pittsburgh in the 70s is way more lucky of a football team than Kansas City.
All right, this one's coming from a Tolo. Overreaction or not? I'd rather be the Cowboys and not even get there to experience the pain of San Francisco's 2 losses.
Nah, man. Give me the pain.
I agree.
Give me the pain. I don't care. Just give me the ride. I am Coach Joe just beat this into my head. If you can never enjoy the final result if you don't enjoy the journey. You can never enjoy the destination. The journey is what matters, man. Like, go back in anything. No, people remember the memory of the season, of the journey to get there. That's what they remember.
Not an overreaction. I would rather be the Rangers from 2013 to 2020 than be the Rangers in 10 and 11.
Oh,
that
okay.
11 still hurts. Like, it doesn't even matter that they won. 11 hurts. 06 for the Mavericks still hurts. Like, I'd rather be just kind of like mid in the playoffs than get there and just lose consistently. Give me that. Bills fans, think about how tortured that fan base is.
That's a little different. 4 straight.
4 straight, right. But San Francisco's had some pain. They lose the NFC title game to Philly. This is 2 Super Bowls now where they've blown 10-point leads. This is, I think I agree. Either give it to me or don't let me lose painfully like that.
There's a ton of teams that haven't even been to a Super Bowl, though. Like, just there are some people just give me the ride.
Pat Mahomes and which one would you prefer, Pepe?
Make it to the Super Bowl. Give me the moment.
Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs are now villains. Mahomes kept embracing this question over the last week or two. He said it twice. Peyton, you said it earlier in the show, and I agree with you. This is an overreaction for me. I do not view them as villains. I don't dislike anything really about the Chiefs. I love Andy Reid. I like Pat Mahomes a lot. They have done the most winning of any dynasty I can think of without me turning on them. Golden State is up there in that category as well. They're not the evil empire.
I'm with you. I don't think that they're villains. I don't see them as that way. If you wanted to look at the Patriots start, it didn't make, some of it didn't make sense. Like, all right, he was a 6th round pick. They were doing a lot of check down throws. Mahomes going out there and just dominating. It's a totally different first 3 championships than the Patriots won. Like, he's just going out there and he's never losing, never back. So I don't see it that way. I hate on things more that don't make sense than things that like this.
Yeah, I think that's the analogy, Sean. It's Curry. It's the Warriors. Not even Warriors. Mahomes is Curry to me.
Yeah.
Because I think there are things about the Warriors that became unlikable. Like Draymond's unlikable. And there are things that were about. But the Curry to Mahomes comparison is one where it's like changes the game, is, plays the game with a lot of energy, with a lot of fun, is dominant, is a winner, and yet you don't wear on them. Other than Choppy doesn't like that he chews his mouthpiece, Steph Curry.
But
other than that, I think that Steph Curry and Mahomes have remained likable through a lot of success, which is really rare.
Trucker.com text line saying Jackson, Britney, and Taylor are the villains. Kelsey, the Swift narrative, that's made them the villains. Taylor Swift, the most annoying thing about the Chiefs. If the Chiefs lost, Kelsey dumps Taylor Swift. So they're saying that the villain aspect is from her and him.
All right, so there it is, little Super Bowl overreaction or not here on Sean and RJ. What were the highest rated Super Bowl commercials? What did you think of the halftime show? And the Cowboys were in the Super Bowl yesterday from Grapevine, representing America's team. But RJ Choppy is going to say that should never, ever happen again. That's next right here on The Fan. But 8 out of 10. The music, 9.8, 9.9 out of 10. I can't speak to the dancing and the costumes and everything, but our entire house was rocking last night, like Bobby is right now on the fan cam and Twitch.
This is right here an iconic jam.
Yeah,
like this is the jam of the last like 25 years. It's a great song.
The jam.
I think so. It's way up there. You could not escape the song. I thought it was a great performance. I don't know who was DJing it. Remember that? I don't know if y'all noticed they were throwing in some subtle like Petey Pablo beats underneath there, like Freak a Leak that was playing underneath like when they were transitioning to Yeah and everything else. I thought it was a great performance. I thought Usher was great. And the thing that just slapped me in the face was Usher has so many hits. And I've always known he has hits, but man, I did not realize just how big that catalog was until it's all kind of in front of you.
Catalog. It's very, like a professional thing to say.
I'm an industry vet. What do you want from me?
No, that was pretty good. We all graded it at about a 7. 7 out of 10. Maybe we're harsher graders. I don't know. I think 7 out of 10 is pretty good. I think it's a pretty good grade. But yeah, it was very, very good. I love this. I love the costume. The second costume, I liked it better than the first. But the first one only stayed on for a little bit. He kept disrobing. Good shape. For a guy who's older than me. My gosh.
He looks great. Yeah, what is he? He's like 47. He looks fantastic.
Yeah.
People getting on him for touchy-feely with...
There were a lot of people that, they said the little behind-the-back hug, the little him calling an audible, him checking at the line of scrimmage. They thought that was a little bit too much. They thought that, her man's in there. She was with Swizz Beats, I think. And so she's just, a lot of people were like, this crosses the line, dude. Can't be doing this.
The top 10 ranked Super Bowl commercials, I'd give them a D+ or C- overall. Feels like that's the grade every year. Ice Spice for Starry. Was that the one who was next to Taylor Swift all night?
Yep.
Ice Spice.
Yep.
Okay, so Starry. 9. Man, Bud Light went hard last night. They are launching the All Out campaign. They went to Post Malone there in the crowd with 15 people in a row holding up their Bud Light. But this is from Billboard, by the way. Billboard.com. Post Malone for Bud Light, number 9. Lil Wayne for Homes.com, number 8. Jennifer Hudson and Common for T-Mobile, 7. Cardi B for NYX. I didn't even notice Cardi B. I must have been out of the room because my wife loves her. Creed for Paramount Plus.
Aha.
That was funny when she in the commercial goes, and there's Creed. Now, is that because of Jared Sandler?
Rangers brought him back to relevance.
Yeah, it is. It's Sandman.
Could that be because of Sandler? Creed at number 5. Usher for BMW at 4. Usher, Jelly Roll, Victoria Beckham, Uber Eats, 3. Number 2, J-Lo for Dunkin'. RJ and I liked that commercial. Yep. Bobby didn't love it as much as we did. And Tom Brady was funny in his roles yesterday. BetMGM, the Dunkin' Donuts. Number 1, according to Billboard, Beyonce for Verizon.
Okay. So these are just like
trying to make what?
Beyonce's up there with Taylor Swift for me. Same thing.
Yeah, powerful women. Shocking.
Yeah, she looked great last night, man.
I don't know what's more shocking. Bobby doesn't love the powerful women, or Choppy's house didn't like Usher. I don't know what's surprising.
Is that surprising that my house didn't?
No, it's not surprising.
Why? Sarah's a huge Usher fan. We just we wanted to hear more of each song instead of having
sounds about white.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I care for that.
Look at this.
I don't know if I care for that assumption. Sarah's a huge Usher fan. Yeah, we just wanted to hear more of each song.
The little quick hit.
That was lame.
How else are you going to hear his catalog of hits if he drags them out and doesn't get to 7, 9, 11, whatever the number was?
Yeah, you got to pick the best ones, and you got to give us a little bit more. We didn't need to hear 3 seconds of My Way.
I loved the performance. I did not love how much Kristen loved the performance. That was a little that left a sour taste in my mouth.
That's your best chance to get a baby.
Just how excited. Yeah, I mean, she's already 2 months along just from watching that show. That she already, as soon as he took off his shirt and she went, woo! And I was like, okay, we're changing the channel now. We're going to Nickelodeon where they don't show this nudity.
Christopher Walken, Kawasaki mullet, the ones I wrote down as my favorites. Schwarzenegger in the State Farm. So those are some of the Super Bowl commercials.
Man, you're missing the big one. Apparently, there's a new Twister movie coming out.
Amanda loved this.
I loved the original. I don't know that anybody asked for a remake, but I'm here for it.
It's not a remake, apparently. It's a sequel. This is Joe's daughter.
Sure. Whatever, man. I'm here for it. Give me that F5. Rolling through. I saw Dolly or Dot, whatever it is.
What did they name it? Was it Dot? It wasn't Dolly. It was Dot.
Dorothy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Dorothy. With the little things flying up into the air. And at first, I didn't know what was going on. Then I see that thing and the little balls flying. I was like, oh my God, here we go.
I do love Twister.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I love remakes or 25-year later sequels or whatever else. I had heard this was in the works. I didn't realize they'd actually, they announced it like 2 years ago. I just had forgotten about it. I thought it wasn't getting made.
Any end of the world kind of epic. 2012, love it. That, even Volcano, that terrible Volcano movie with Tommy Lee Jones, awful. Give me Dante's Peak. I'm in.
My number one retweeted comment was Post Malone wearing the Dallas Cowboys jacket. And that blew up. I see it here on CBS 11. Post Malone from Grapevine represents. And Choppy, you are here.
Yeah, look, you when your team's not in it, you can't wear your team's gear. You can't do it. I'm sorry. I know some people like to. You just want attention. That's it. Now this may be different because it's Post Malone. He can do whatever he wants. But the rest of us, the commoners, the ham and eggers, we can't do that. Leave your jersey at home. Leave it at home.
This is a bad take.
No, it's not a bad take.
Super Bowl
Super Bowl may be different. I get it.
It's like a regular game, fine. I generally agree. Super Bowl is like a collection of all of the NFL coming together to celebrate. I don't mind you showing up to the game just going, I'm going for the experience, but I'm making it clear I'm not here rooting for either one of these teams. I'm here representing my team. And I especially think for a celebrity, I personally like when people celebrities represent the Metroplex. So with Post Malone out there, making it known, hey, I'm a Cowboys fan, Dallas native, I appreciate.
So Bryce Harper was on there wearing an Eagles jersey, you would have no problem.
So Bryce Harper is a phony fraud because he's changed back and forth. If he had rooted for the Eagles the entire time, if Mike Trout shows up to the game and he's wearing an Eagles jersey, I respect that he's doing that.
He's getting mocked.
But I respect that he's doing it.
But you're opening yourself up. Post opened us all up for Cowboy fans.
I guess I respect it more though that he's opening himself up to that criticism just to show that he's representing the Metroplex, and I like that.
Peyton, what do you think of the move? The Dallas Cowboys jacket for Post Malone.
I have no problem with it. Do it. I mean, I got destroyed by RJ by wearing my Zeke jersey to the Renegades game. It's just we're doing it for fun. Just wear whatever you want. It's a Super Bowl.
That's Dallas. That's okay, right? You're wearing it. It's in town. It's assumed you're just
don't have a Renegades
fan
jersey.
And you don't have a Renegades jersey.
Yeah,
I don't know.
have no problem with what. Post
imagine
did.
going to the Michigan-Washington game in the national championship and wearing an Alabama jersey.
Is this like wearing a Yankee hat?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
If LeBron's doing it, yes. But I mean, we're talking about Post is from here. His dad worked at the stadium for forever. His dad was the director of concessions
food and beverage or whatever.
So to me, this is something a little more personal. And he's friends with players. And I think he's just. I think this is more than anything. It's like he's wearing a Dallas shirt. He's wearing a shirt representing I'm from Dallas, Texas. I feel like that's what he was doing more than. Cowboys, baby. I think he was just representing where he's from. And that I appreciate and that I like.
Speaking of the Cowboys and halftime show entertainment, Josina Anderson caught up with Jerry on the NFL red carpet to see how up to date with pop culture he was.
Did you sing a little Rihanna last year? Umbrella, Ella. Ella. Can you say Ella? Umbrella?
Ella.
Hey, you did it. Hey. This year it's Usher, Mr. Jones. So I'm going to put you on the spot again. I have to do it. What is your favorite Usher song?
I'm going to put it right up here. Give me some.
Yeah. Can you do it?
Oh, yeah.
So good.
Boy, they have to lead him to water though before he'll drink. He's like, I don't know, Ella. Sure, I'll say Ella,
sure.
Ella, and then he throws on Eller for some reason.
Lozenger. It's like Lozenger. Got to. But I like that he played along.
Yeah, he's a good sport. He had to bring Haley over. Haley Anderson, his granddaughter, had to bring her over to. Hey, you gotta give me some Usher so I know what to sing. So.
Do they need to get rid of the most fun sporting event possibly in the country? The Waste Management Phoenix Open was a disaster.
And by disaster, are you referring to the guy who was sitting on the chair just peeing in the middle?
No, I'm referring to them having to cut off alcohol sales, the woman falling, the golfers all going off on this golf event in Phoenix.
Yeah, so every year it's the same week of the Super Bowl. The Waste Management Phoenix Open it's a scene. And it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and badder every single year, to the point where, like you said, they had to cut off. This is not early. This is not late in the day. This is very early in the day. They had to cut off alcohol sales. Cut completely off alcohol sales. These are people going to an event, Super Bowl weekend. Like, generally, you're just saving your party for the Sunday night. No, 100,000 people in this place, more than that, every single day. It's an absolute scene. I don't know how they're going to fix this, because this is to a point where, I mean, people are going to get hurt, and they did.
Here's some of the audio. Let's start off with the hecklers. Jordan Spieth cussing out fans. Here's a little audio of some of it.
It's all right. Go watch a shot. Get him next year. Buddy, when he's over a shot, shut the hell up, man. Come on. Damn golf shot here. Good job.
There's one golfer.
There's one.
Zach Johnson, trending.
Ryder Cup captain.
He went over to the gallery.
Oh, don't sir me. Somebody said it. I'm just sick of it. Just shut up.
So they were heckling him about his Ryder Cup selections, and he was not having it. And this is soft, man. Like this is the golf media, though. The golf media protects the golfers. You think none of the golf media knew about Tiger and some of his indiscretions before that 9-iron went through the window? You don't think any of them knew? Of course they knew. You don't think they knew about like all the things that are going on with, they know what really happened with Dustin Johnson in at the Masters when he fell down the stairs.
So what
they ain't gonna say?
What are you tying that to?
Well, I'm tying that like to Zach being soft there, because he's not used to getting it from people. Okay, he's not used to getting heckled because the media and the golf media protects these players like crazy. It's out of control, and those fans are out of control too.
You say that they got to fix this. I don't think there's anything to fix. Look, it's such a proper, you get the Masters, you get everything else that has their rules in place. Give me one event a year where everybody can be drunk and stupid and heckle and play in those conditions. I would gladly go to the Waste Management Open.
Oh, I would absolutely go to it. I would love to go to it. And the players need to have thicker skin too at times, but there's also a danger there when everybody's hammered and trying to get home.
Yeah. And yelling during backswings.
Right. Like, you want to, golfers will tell you they would much rather a very loud, constant loud environment than a quiet environment and somebody speaking where it pops. They would much rather loud instead of just having a little water bottle and like it does that one of those things and they can hear it.
Is Rex Ryan still in play for the Cowboys defensive coordinator position? According to Rex, he is. Why isn't Mike Zimmer official? That's next and below the belt right here on The Fan.
segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. The Kansas City Chiefs have won the Super Bowl just like Taylor Swift and the federal government wanted all along.
Oh, boy.
More on that in just a second. First, Below the Belt is brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. Did you guys happen to... did you change over at all, Sean, for Ollie? Did you put on the Nickelodeon broadcast at any time just to, like, check it out?
No, I should have.
So we put it on just for a little bit. It is very well done. Like, so they have the little, like, SpongeBob and Patrick stuff going on there, but they, like, when they would show replays, they made it look like the game was being played in Bikini Bottom from SpongeBob. So they, like, put this filter over the screen that made it look like on replays the players were running underwater, like, and that there was sun, like, shining down underneath the water. They have the slime graphics going off whenever anybody scores a touchdown. They'll cut away. This is the best way to do this to me. They'll cut away within the game at different points and have SpongeBob or Patrick explain a rule, like pass interference or something else, and like tell kids, like, this is why you can do this. This is why you can't do this. I think this evolution in broadcasts and not being so possessive over broadcast rights that, like, oh, we can't have a simulcast for kids or whatever else. I think that's an awesome win for the NFL and NHL and MLB and all these different leagues that have started doing these alternative kid broadcasts. That's the way to grow the game, I think.
So all the other sports are doing. I've not seen.
NHL has done one. I believe Major League Baseball did one as well, and I think the NBA is in talks to one. But NHL did a really good one where they did, like, they had everybody with the computer chips in, the NHL players, and they turned it into a live 3D animation, like they made it look like characters were playing.
Oh, wow.
And so NFL's been really ahead of this one. So this came up this weekend in our house, actually. Kristen was complaining about, like, trying to, if you want to grow the game, she's like, why don't sports leagues do things like, you know, restaurants do, where there's like kid prices for tickets or whatever else? Like, why are they not trying to get more kids in the game and like families into the games with that way? And I was like, because honestly, they know they'll sell it out regardless and they'll make their money regardless. They don't need kids prices. But I do like this evolution of it. They have Noah Eagle. Like, in the past, they've had Nate Burleson call these games, and they call it with a really, like, accessible tone to kids and everything else. I just think this is a brilliant idea and that they need more of this, and it's a good call. So, good way to get Ollie involved in the future if you want him to watch one of those.
So did you keep the game on that the whole time? Did it take away from the actual play?
No, not to me, because I mean, like, I know what I'm looking at already, and so I mean, look.
Yeah, so well that you picked the wrong team to win.
Yeah, I mean, just once. What are you up to now?
In the conference championship
20-5, I think, something like that against the money line. I mean, I'm doing pretty well, Sean. So, no, it's actually when we flipped over there, it was cool to Laura because it made Laura, Addison was out of the house, but Laura made her stop down and kind of watch for a sec. And the graphics boxes are cool. As soon as the Chiefs got into the red zone, then like SpongeBob drops down and like they have him right on the screen, go Chiefs. And like, it's just cool little stuff for the kids to watch and get into. And I think the presentation's really, really good. You're still watching the game. It doesn't take away from any of that. You just see some weird graphics. It's no more weird than the green zone that Sunday Night Football tried to use for forever, where it's like, here's the line of scrimmage, here's the first down line. We're going to enhance the color of green in the grass right here. But I thought it was cool. I think there needs to be more of that. I think it's a great push from the NFL, and it's honestly not a bad way to watch a game. Like, you can still sit down and watch the game, take it in, as long as you're not obsessed with, you know, Romo. I'd say Romo's calls in general tend to be more childish than the ones on Nickelodeon. So, did you see the truthers coming out of the woodwork yesterday over the Dre Greenlaw Achilles?
No.
There were a number of truthers coming out, and Mike Florio went off on these people that are saying, told y'all, here you go. You get your wonderful grass surface that you guys complain about, and somebody's like basically tearing their Achilles just jogging on it. It just goes to show freak injuries happen. This sort of thing is what's going to happen regardless of if you have turf or grass or anything else done. So quit your complaining.
Now, are you saying that?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that there were a lot of people pushing back against that idea yesterday. You're not buying it at all?
Buying what?
The idea of just that, look, this is another example. Allegiant Field has had a lot of injuries on it. A lot of grass. Denver, I think, is the highest injury rate in the NFL.
That injury was a result of jumping up and down.
Yeah, it was a fluke injury. Now that was because this may play into it too. That is not their normal turf.
Now, yeah, they always do have some specialists come in and do different things to it, so that very well could be part of it as well.
It could have been, a little softer in spots. I mean, who knows, right? Because it's not their normal turf.
Maybe it was harder than the practice field that the 49ers were practicing on all week with a softness score of 50. And that they didn't have the normal hardness, and so his Achilles was not properly prepared for that hard surface and to bounce off of it. That's what I think. Taylor Swift in the Pentagon. This is my favorite conspiracy
How many
theory
times do you think she was shown, and when did you get sick of it, if you did?
I got sick of it when she was walking in the stadium with Ice Spice and Addison up front. I hadn't even seen it. I was in the back grabbing something, and I heard Addison scream at the top of her lungs when she saw her on TV.
Really?
And she went, Taylor Swift and Ice Spice. She made it from Japan.
What happened? I thought this was supposed to be like dramatic, like maybe arriving by halftime. I thought there was a question of whether she was going to get there.
Yeah, she was in town way before.
I'm guessing there were a lot of people circling the Mojave Desert waiting for that VIP to land, is what I'm guessing. Just like we were when we tried to get in and we couldn't fly into Vegas because they cleared airspace. I'm guessing that's what happened.
Now, the Houston Chronicle has the prop bet on the Taylor Swift shown. Care to guess how many times for how many seconds?
From first quarter to the end? Or
yeah, it
after?
says, let's see, how often was Taylor Swift shown on TV? Starting at 5:30 until the end of the overtime. So it did not count in the post game. So right at 5:30 p.m., which is the start of it.
6 times.
6?
You think it was way more, Bobby?
10.
Pepe?
Let me go 9.
It was 12 times for 53 seconds. The longest cutaway was 10.5 seconds when they showed her celebrating after the Chiefs took the lead at 13-10 on the Valdez-Scantling touchdown in the third quarter. And then the last time she was shown, it was tough to even tell it was her because everyone was sweet mobbing each other after the game-winning touchdown.
So neither one scored by Travis Kelce. Yet they still felt the need to.
So, Bobby, I know that you are going to pretend like you don't know this song, but I guess they were celebrating a love story at the after party, and they were singing it to each other.
Yeah, I know that song.
How
It's
does it?
terrible.
Or maybe dedicating "You Belong with Me" to each other. They were singing it to each other. I'm not trying to embarrass you. Just give me like a little bit of how it goes, because I will know it, but I don't know about
You
the
Belong
title.
with Me is the it's the You Belong with Me.
Oh,
and that's the one that Kanye West went up and was like, your video shouldn't have won, it should have been Beyonce. There was and then Love Story is that Romeo Save Me, me. That's the one that Choppy was like, it's the greatest song of all time, or whatever he said about it.
And people were loving that, she slammed down that drink last night. It looked like she was chugging on something.
Do you think they took the pregnancy announcement off the board when she's chugged that drink? Where they're like, all right, Vegas, like, pull that one down.
Give it apple juice, baby.
Yeah, we're going to have to pull that one off the board. But, man, that was, I will give her credit for that. She did, when somebody plays along like that, I give some more respect. I'm like, all right, cool. She knows the crowd. She knows what she's playing to. I have some respect for that. I appreciate it at least. But there is a theory floating around out there that Taylor Swift is being used by the Pentagon, gentlemen. Okay? And this is something that apparently was first floated back in the spring or back a couple months ago by Jesse Waters from Fox. And he had said, have you ever wondered why or how she blew up like this? Well, around 4 years ago, the Pentagon Psychological Operations Unit floated turning Taylor Swift into an asset during a NATO meeting. What kind of asset? A PSYOP for combating online misinformation. So this is something that over on Truth Social, Jack Posobiec, who is one of the big users over there, said, I think I've just yesterday had said, I think I've said this. I've taken a lot of crap online for this. I think they're using Taylor Swift right now. He said they're gearing up for an operation to use Taylor Swift in the election against everything. Against Trump, for Biden. They're going to get her, and they'll call them Swifties. They're going to go turn those into voters. You watch. And so this is the idea. And so what they need is Taylor Swift's man win the Super Bowl, increase her profile. The script writers are there, and she's going to use this platform, gentlemen, to influence the election unduly. That's the theory.
Leave this poor girl alone, please.
I'd love to. Take her off my TV screen. I'd love to not. Honestly, I think I've said this off the air. I don't think I've said it on the air yet. My issue is not with Taylor Swift as much as it is with the breathless articles written on the Huffington Post and Deadspin and Slate or wherever else that are just going like, you can't stand seeing her on your TV. How does it feel to have a successful woman taking over your precious NFL? That's what I've had enough of.
That's a fake take.
I'm tired of.
That's a fake take.
But there's plenty of them.
I know, but it's just people trying to divide. That's all it is. It's a fake take. Nobody's met. People are just annoyed because they want to see the athletes. They don't want to see their families. That's the issue. Me, I don't care. Sean doesn't care. We're normal functioning adults. You want to show Taylor Swift? Great. She's happy for her boyfriend. I find that kind of cool.
The social media takeover, Sean, is somebody who likes to watch, follow along with Twitter on the game like I know you do. Isn't that the one angle that's a little like, okay, I'm kind of getting oversaturated with Taylor takes on my timeline, though, and I'm not able to actually consume takes about the game. That's where I get most frustrated with it.
I don't go to the take. I check my mentions, and I go to people who I like or respect to see what they're saying about it. I don't scroll up ever
so you go
up
to
and down my timeline. Rex Ryan on ESPN on wanting the Cowboy job, and why isn't Mike Zimmer official?
First off, I'm not so sure that Zimmer's got that job right now. Not real sure about that. I can honestly say I don't believe that's a fact right now.
Wow.
But I will say this: the reason I was so I've been out for 7 years. I've never called another head coach or anything like that. I called Mike McCarthy, and the reason I did is because I want to be on this stage. I want to be back on this stage if I'm going to get back into coaching, have a chance at that. I think with this roster the way it is, I think offensively, special teams, and defense, and I figured I can make maybe even a little bit of an upgrade, that they could be right here. That's why I was interested. It's funny how, should we get the, no, your team has no chance at me, okay? That's generally the case. I would only go at the right situation. And if it's not completely right, then I'm not going. But this team, it is interesting because they are so close to getting over that edge, and that's why I think people would be interested in this job.
Why isn't this done, and is Rex still in play?
Money, I think, is the biggest thing. I think it's just contract details. As soon as the contract details are ironed out, this will be done. They've made their choice. They've picked who they want for defensive coordinator. It's just a matter of, can they get through the logistics? If he's not hired, it's because the logistics fell through. But the Cowboys have chosen Zimmer. That's who they want.
The NFL season is over, but we have one spy left. Is it going to be good?
Oh, it tastes so good to me to
hear
does?
that.
Yeah, they are devastated.
All right, I haven't listened to it. Bobby's been spying on San Francisco, who still hasn't won their championship since the Cowboys. Let's taste their tears in the final hour of Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and 10, 49ers at the 29. Now he goes right side, does McCaffrey. This time the Chiefs, the ball comes out late. The ball comes out late. Kansas City pounces on the football, and it's recovered by George Karlaftis. Are they going to rule him down by contact? It's a recovery by Kansas City.
The 49ers rolling down the field. CMC fumbles. Final hour fist pump time if you choose to do so on Twitch and YouTube. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby back in DFW here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. The Chiefs go back-to-back. First team in 19 years to do it. And they win in overtime, as I'm sure you already know by now. What I did not know was how they would be taking the loss in San Francisco. And Peyton suggested that we spy last night, and Bobby Belt decided to hit record and monitor this morning the game in San Fran, who apparently they either didn't have enough money or were not important enough to make it out to Radio Row for being a station that blankets with 49ers coverage.
Look, it is a tough time for the butcher industry, okay? And so they're not generating a lot of revenue right now.
Brisket is expensive.
It is, man. And the overhead costs, you're not getting the same sort of margins. I completely understand how the fellas weren't able to get there. We're so sorry. Would we put them as the number one seed as our least favorite people in this industry?
I would. Yeah. I mean,
I think so. We don't know enough. There's a lot of people we don't know, but I would of the ones we've had interactions with, I would think
if I was going to root for someone to be unemployed and lose their media job, it would probably be them. Joe, not as much, but The other one, yeah.
I mean, what were they? They were 11th in that poll the other day. We were 6th, so I guess we're twice the show they are. That makes sense. I think that's pretty fair. They run off Kate Scott. They crumble. It makes a lot of sense. I could say
their afternoon guy came up to me and said, "Oh, huge Cowboy fan. I listened to." He called me RJ 4 times. I said my name's Sean. He kept calling me RJ, but I don't care because I told him I hate your morning host. I hate that show. Like, I'm not even playing. He's like, I get it. I'm like, why are you here? Why are you out here? And they're not out here. They're like, oh, well, they're going to the game because, they got to keep up the facade of where, we're just true fans. Yeah. We're not media people. Yeah. So they had to go out to the game.
Dude, they look thoroughly depressed this morning in their, Ricky Waters and Dana Stubblefield jerseys. They look very sad.
Stubblefield.
Yeah, they're just worn out, with their Carmen Policy autographed photo behind them there in the studio. Whatever else it is.
He's a legend. He's a legend.
He is a legend,
He's
but
legendary.
that's exactly what he is. A legend, like 500 years ago, which is the last time they won a Super Bowl, longer ago than the Dallas Cowboys. So we got 2 clips here that stand out. I emailed one to you, Peyton. That'll be Salami Joe, old butcher boy. The first one, though, is Bonte just devastated, absolutely devastated. And you can hear the heartbreak in his voice.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Somehow, some way, we'll try to get through this as the journey ends with a thud. The 49ers lose Super Bowl 58 in overtime to Kansas City. And it may be one of the most excruciating, painful losses in 49ers franchise history.
Bay Area sports.
But I know last night, folks, as I say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift and all the overnight dancers and all the teachers, all the students, all the cops, all the young Niner fans, all the people who sat up there at the bars last night, watched the game, everybody at home. I could not watch the game back last night.
Oh, the overnight dancers and the children.
And the
you kids going to school this morning.
Yeah.
Your mom's just got off work and she's about to drop you off at school. The overnight. I like the phrase overnight dancers.
Yeah, it's good. That's what they are. They're dancers.
Why would you rewatch the game last night?
He rewatches every game. That's one of the things he does as a super fan.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And he went on a little bit. He's like, watch the first drive. Had to close my laptop. Too painful, guys. It's just too painful. So he's very dramatic.
Painful when I lost my delivery job.
Listen, full disclosure, we are fully aware as to how petty this looks of us spying when we weren't even there.
Yeah,
we are fully aware. We do not care.
No,
we do not care one bit. We need to have people look. That's what you do. We want them to be down in the mud with us. Okay, we want them in the mud. We're in the mud right now.
Look, you're telling me I can be happy or someone I dislike can be miserable? I'm going to take somebody I dislike being miserable every day of the week. That's how I get happy.
This was me last night. This was me last night. If San Fran won 22-19, I would have won the final pot of the squares, but I knew that also would have meant Bobby was happy. So his misery was more important to me than a couple $100.
It gets you that high, absolutely.
Yes.
Now, the one who, in fact, I don't know if he got dumped or not. He did not get dumped on the stream. Old Salami Joe was going off. Oh. And he actually used something that I know if we said it, we'd have a meeting. But this is Salami Joe just furious at this football team.
I don't even, like, if you can't win it this year, when everything lines up for you, you had all the health in the world, and then you're going out in like a body bag. Every other play, someone's walking off the field. Debo hurt. Kittle comes out of the game in crucial times. Nick Bosa coming out of the game on a crucial drive with 2 minutes to go. Season on the line, and you're on the sidelines? And then you come out back again on third down? What? They didn't throw to Ayuk enough. Kittle was non-existent. Juice was more of a factor in the passing game than George Kittle.
Wow.
And then, look, the reality is the offensive line got suffocated. Chris Jones, unblocked on one of the biggest plays of the season? How? How does that happen? Third linebacker? You knew it was going to play a factor. All year I said to you, Dominic Flanagan fouls and Oren Burks should not be on the field. I know D. Winters and Jalen Graham are young, but to get them up to speed. That third linebacker, losing Alshire, was going to catch up to them. And when Dre Greenlaw came out, I knew they had a whole hour and they were going to change up their game plan to be able to scheme the middle of the field. Oren Burks, when you watch that game back, you will see this guy pre-snap
That was just the first 10 minutes of their show.
They're dumped.
They're getting he has to get dumped for GD. You can't say that on the radio.
Yeah, probably not. I wouldn't think so.
Maybe in San Francisco though, where their entire audience is streetwalkers or whatever he was saying good morning to over there.
Godless people.
Look, I mean they have different standards over there. I guess we're a nice family show here, so they're worked up there in San Francisco.
Well done, Bobby, with some of the spying on their sister station, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I guess
unfortunately,
so.
It's like my actual sister. We just don't like to talk to her.
Wow.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. Does Travis Kelce deserve to get killed for bumping and hitting Andy Reid like that?
Look, it's inappropriate. You don't touch a coach. You don't do that. If it was Des Bryant, he's getting destroyed.
Well, let me pause right there. History does matter. Like Travis Kelce does not have a history of looking like he could be a little disruptive on the sidelines. This is a rare thing for him. If you're always like CeeDee Lamb now has a history.
Sure.
All right. So when CeeDee Lamb goes over to the bench, we are going to, and he knows this, and he admitted to it in the Micah podcast. We're going to zoom in on him even more and to see whether he's having a tantrum. And we're going to see whether Mike McCarthy has to go on over or Dak Prescott has to go on over. Travis Kelce does not have that. I didn't have as big a deal as a lot of people, Boomer Esiason, said don't touch a coach at halftime. To me, that just showed that they have a close relationship. Did he go overboard? Yes. Almost knocked Big Andy down. And Chiafalo would have had to interview a different fake head coach at Radio Row since he always gets big fake Andy Reid. I thought it spoke to the closeness of their relationship, but he got destroyed.
He did. Now, listen, I'll say this. If Andy doesn't have a problem with it, then neither do I. I'm not here to fight Andy's fight. If he doesn't have a problem with it, if he didn't think he crossed the line, if that's just their relationship, then that's their relationship. I don't have a problem with it. There is a groundswell of support for Taylor Swift being urged to break up with him over what her fans are calling red flag behavior. Yeah, I am not joking about this.
Peyton talked about that last night in the text.
I am not. It is all over social media. Now, maybe her fans are new to maybe some of her fans are new to sports and they don't know how competitive athletes get. And this is just one of the things that happens. You can't touch a coach. Keep your hands off. Don't invade someone's personal space. That is. I mean, he got mad. That wasn't just a little angry. He got mad. But I mean, that's a little bit much for me.
To be fair, it's not like
he my mother-in-law warning her daughter, like if I get mad about something, he might have anger issues. You might have to keep an eye on that.
And see, just like Reid and Kelsey,
yes.
when we're arguing,
I do have anger issues.
When we're arguing at a break,
everyone in my house knows it.
Whoa! Hey!
just like Reid and Kelsey, when we're yelling at each other during a break over Merrill Hodge, it's because we're close and we could yell at each other like that.
Yeah.
Now the thing is that Travis Kelce did not grab him by the collar and shake him. I think he just aggressively went over there I don't think he's trying to knock him over or anything. I think he just went up there and was trying to get in his face, and he went in there probably a little too aggressively. Because look, it's an intense thing, and I think Andy Reid appreciates why were you coming over here to yell at me? You're coming over here to yell at me and say I should have been in there. The play got blown up because I was not there, and now we're turning the ball over. And look, the reports from Pro Football Talk were that he had on Saturday night this speech Travis Kelce did that brought the whole locker room to tears, essentially. So, he's clearly passionate about this. He's clearly having Taylor Swift ghostwrite his pregame locker room speeches now that grown men are crying to them. But
you should have done a ghostwriting of that.
Oh,
what would the speech have been?
Oh, my gosh. I need to do that tomorrow. That'll be good. I'll write a speech and have Chop deliver it. But I think that this is a symptom of competitiveness. And Andy Reid's been around long enough to understand what that looks like. He was in those Green Bay Super Bowl teams. He's been around Philly. He's been in Kansas City. He's dealt with a lot of big personalities over the year. Marcus Peters, Terrell Owens. This is not unique to him. And so I think he's got an understanding of what is competitiveness and what's unacceptable. And this one he thought was just competitiveness.
They also have a video apparently of Britney Mahomes blowing off the brother at a concert.
Yep, it was at a concert. And there's Jackson trying to get to her table. To her area, her blocked off area, and he was not allowed. And when they brought it to her attention, she seemed none too put off by it. She was like, oh, well. And then she kept dancing. And then
That's the way the edit made it look. I didn't know.
Correct.
Was that tied to that? I don't know.
Well, and then the other part of the story is that apparently the reason that he got denied was he was seen with Travis Kelce's ex. And
bro code.
Britney Mahomes had a decision to make. Taylor or Jackson. That was it. And that is a no-brainer. If you could find a way to get on Team Taylor and stay on Team Taylor.
Yeah.
Because like it or not, Jackson's always going to be there. And she knew that. This is a no-brainer. Jackson, whether she blows him off there or not, he's still going to be there next week and the week after. And as long as she's with Patrick, he'll be there. Taylor, you get cut out of the Taylor group. I mean, you do not want to be.
She was not. I mean, she may have already done some damage. She was not there jumping around hugging her. That was Blake Lively. That was Ice Spice. Those were those other people. She may have already been cut out. She may have done the damage.
Was that who was on the side of her in that? That's Sandler's.
To Taylor Swift's left?
Yeah.
That was Blake Lively.
Man, she's attractive.
Yeah, she
That's
is.
Sandler's all-time crush.
I was going to say, Sandler's tried to tell you for a long time.
Yeah,
Britney Mahomes.
He's really obsessed.
It dawned on me, though, that Britney Mahomes does look like ratchet version of Blake Lively.
SI swimsuit.
Yeah.
Look,
she's getting in the SI swimsuit.
Are we going to dive into what
ratchet version of who?
Of Blake Lively. Like Blake Lively looks like a better version. Are we going to get into what Peyton dropped in the text last night?
What about you dropped?
Well, I mean, we can get into that if you like, but then we'd be in Butcher Boys. We'd be in Butcher Boys position. I just mean that you are now pro Britney Mahomes.
You know, it took me just a few Super Bowls to realize that she's a baddie. She's not ugly. I salute Patrick Mahomes and the job he did. She's not as ugly as she's seen maybe a few years ago.
Okay,
find her a little attractive
because you saw her in a bikini.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
it's the little thing.
You had this whole awakening. Not last.
The little thing.
All right, let's stay away from the looks a little bit. You get in trouble for that these days. All right, we got to talk about the new look Mavericks. Are you freaking kidding me with that debut against OKC? And how did the radio station do with RJ's Vegas odds while all traveling and partying together? The winners and losers from Vegas, plus your new look Mavs, next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you hooked up with GiveMeTheVin.com. Now is the time to sell your car, truck, or exotic. Give Me the VIN is buying, and the car market is nuts. So if you're thinking of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon, as prices may never be the same at GiveMeTheVin.com.
accent. Contact the Frenkels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
And especially now with the opportunity to get another one. P.J. Washington, another welcome to Dallas moment. He catches the alley-oop.
What a debut for the new look Mavericks on Saturday. Bally with the audio. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here taking a little football break because the Dallas Mavericks might be really fun. I don't know. 146-111 over the Oklahoma City Thunder. They scored 47 points and 71 in the first half. 47 in the first quarter, 71 in the first half as Gafford and P.J. Washington make their debuts. And I made an appointment for this one. I was like, 2 o'clock. She's like, why are you watching this afternoon basketball? You just got home from Vegas. Supposed to be spending time with the family. I'm like, they got 2 new players. You need to take a nap. Go ahead, relax, chill. I got to put him down because I got to watch and see how this goes. And man, as Shaq would say, my apologies, Mr. Gafford. I was not familiar with your game as this guy looked like Shaq out there. All the cleanup, all the trash, all the dunks, all the lobs. Daniel Gafford in his Mavs debut. 17 minutes, keep in mind. 19 points and 9 rebounds. 19 and 9 in 17 minutes. And then compare P.J. Washington to Grant Williams. 14 and 5 for P.J. 6 of 10 from the field, plus 24. Wow. They smoke the Oklahoma City Thunder.
This is as close to a statement as you're going to find. Close to a statement game.
Some Tolos wrote me saying, is RJ going to take back his Mavs rant Friday? Does he want to retract it already?
Yeah, look, I mean, I like the Gafford pickup a lot. P.J. Washington, I mean, look, if he plays like that, then absolutely, for sure. They're still not a title contender, and that's the issue. I don't care about getting better. I care about winning championships. Getting a little bit better and maybe winning a playoff round, whatever, man. Like, it's not going to entice me. Well, they played like crazy, man. They played a great game on Saturday.
Isn't that the idea, though? Like, if you can get that rotation that they had on Saturday, and then you add Derek Lively into the mix of that, that's not a bad basketball team at that point. Like I understand. I understand if you don't think they're like legitimate title contenders, whatever else, they are. You saw the evidence, you saw the clues that lead to okay. We've got a team that when Derek Lively comes back, if you can couple it with this 8 to 9 man rotation that they were running on Saturday, this can be a good basketball team. They're better than they were. And when you've got 2 of the biggest stars in the NBA, 2 of the best ISO players in the NBA, and then you've got a collection around them that seems solid, anything is possible. You can go on runs.
Well, when you have the best player on the floor, you can go on runs, and they generally do.
By the way, Luka already has more 30-point games than 99% of players in NBA history. That's crazy.
It's a lot. It's impressive.
That's improvement.
It is. It is improvement, Jerry. Gafford on playing with 77 afterwards. This impressive Mavs win. The big fella spoke.
It's amazing because a guy of his caliber, liking somebody like me, it just feels like, I've never had that happen before. But, just at the end of the day, I'm just really excited just to be a part of this team and just be with guys like him and just come out and just, he had 30 points in 3 quarters tonight? Jesus, that was amazing to watch. I'm not going to lie to you. I was really having a great time. Then all the stuff Kyrie was doing, of course, too. It's like 1-2 punch, and I was just out there just picking up the trash. That's what I always do.
Interested in knowing what Grant Williams did in his debut? 15 and 8 against the Grizzlies. That is his best stat line in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 since he had 27 against Sacramento. He had not scored, oh my gosh. He had not scored 15 points for the Mavericks since what date, you think? Before, other than the Sacramento game. Okay.
Well, I know the answer because I was actually looking at his box score now. Just to see that. But
December 11th.
December 12th. Good guess.
Woo!
19 against the Lakers. That was a really good guess. 19 against the Lakers. He had not scored more. He had not scored to that degree. More than 15 points. What he did last night, 15 and 8. Actually, it was not last night. It was Saturday. So there you go, Grant Williams with the debut.
I mean, I hope it's easy to see though. Like when we see PJ Washington out there, it's like he's going to be better.
Yes.
Like it's on display that like he's going to give you more than Grant Williams did. Is he a franchise savior or anything else? No. But like when you watch him go, okay, you're going to get more out of that spot now.
He was better in college.
He can dribble with the ball. Grant Williams is just going to stand out there and wait for you to pass him the ball. But
he comes around a screen and he tries to shoot. That's
half the season, he was petrified to shoot.
Yeah, he was in his own head. This is maybe it works out for him, for Grant. Maybe he was in his own head here and he needed to change the scenery. Obviously, PJ is going to be an upgrade over him because Grant was not working.
Which didn't we get the news after we went off the air Friday that he was rumored to not get along with guys in the locker room after that trade?
Well, we talked about wearing Tatum's shoes.
Yeah,
on the air.
And then McMahon had said that like he rubbed everybody the wrong way, which I can't remember who. I saw a follow-up report from somebody else who was like, the reality is he's just a little socially awkward and like people find it off-putting, but it's not like he's a bad person.
Speaking of socially awkward, let's see who ended up hitting. Vegas got crushed by the Chiefs win last night. Let's see who got crushed here on the 105.3 The Fan staff after our Vegas trip and RJ Choppy's degenerate odds.
Oh, man. Well, I'll tell you this. For starters here, the degenerate from Friday, this past Friday, it did well.
Did well.
Oh, it did well. We pretty much hit everything, did we not, Bobby Belt?
Yeah, you got the Christian McCaffrey over receiving yards. You hit the Patrick Mahomes over rushing attempts without any kneel downs. He hit 9 rushing attempts. What was it, 4.5?
4.5.
Yeah, and he had 9. So, yeah, you had a good run.
Hit the Chiefs teaser with the over and the points. So, 4-0. 4-0 last night for the degenerate in the Super Bowl.
And you can afford a new tire now.
She's getting it right now. She's getting a new tire right now. That thing is flat. F-L-A-T. Fan hosts, most likely to avoid other people. Dawson was the favorite, followed by Wolchuk, and then the field was right after that.
I think we all had ended up putting our bet on Hageland. And wouldn't we say it was probably Hageland?
For me, it was Dawson.
Yeah,
I
actually,
saw Dawson. I think the thing that put Kevin ahead was we had to take him home one day.
Oh, that's a good point.
I rode in the car.
That was just a stupid question.
But no team dinner for either one. I thought we had a bonding moment with Kevin where he was going to come out with us for the final dinner. Did not happen. Dawson decided to go out instead with Walt the Barber. So for me, it was Dawson.
So you set the line correctly then, I guess.
Yeah,
having Dawson as the favorite.
I saw Dawson the blackjack table. We played blackjack together.
Oh, okay, that counts.
So, yeah, Kevin probably may have won it for me. It was close, though.
I think
the thing is, we see Kevin at cross.
I think I fist bumped Dawson on like Wednesday, and that's the only time I saw him.
Yeah,
that was it. So,
this one won in a landslide.
Did he even tell? Does he speak to the dealer at all, saying "hit me" or just finger motions?
Oh no, he would speak to the dealer. Absolutely, finger motions. Yeah. Yeah, you got to do it for the eye in the sky. The eye in the sky, man. You got to do it. First to get drunk. This was an easy one.
Yeah.
We had Bobby at minus 375. He hit that one very, very quickly.
Yeah. Kind of a lightweight drunk, though. 3 drinks.
You gave me credit for how much, though, I was getting drunk the night before, no Adderall, and still getting up the next day.
Yes. Very impressive wake up. You were down there first, beat us by like a minute or two. Did not seem hungover whatsoever while doing the show. Very, very good. But yes, you got very buzzed first.
Yeah. Yes,
you did. First,
but the most drunk was Corey Majors.
Yeah, apparently
Corey blacked out.
Yeah,
there's a video he won't let Chiafalo tweet.
It's
he just staggering.
Boy, some of the questions we heard the day after that Corey was asking or saying to Ruben and stuff, like, what Corey said that?
Yes,
it's like, yeah. It's
Are you embarrassed?
You should be. Next one. First, I have to hit the ATM after the initial funds run out. I thought it was going to be me, and I got up early. I never had to go back. Nice. Never had to go back, so it was not me. That one lost.
I'm trying to think who I know. I went to the ATM a couple times. And
was it an $11 fee?
Yeah,
it was $11.99, which is absurd. But
it's insane,
I think I went like 2 times. Ruben went a couple, I think, and Ruben kept winning, so it didn't matter. But
what did Bassick end up or down? He said he had $500 to play with.
I don't know that I saw him play. I know Hagee was at one point up like 300-400 or something.
I think generally we did pretty good. I think that casino, I think they're stacking the deck in our favor.
Even you won the penny slots or the quarter slots at the airport. You came away with a profit.
That's right.
And I won $60 and I wasn't even there.
You never will be.
You
Who's asking you about anything?
I just trying to
talking to you. What's
Kickers speak when spoken to.
Oh man. Okay, next one. First to complain about the accommodations. This was Bassick in a landslide on the odds that was preset.
I'm trying to
Should have put Kristen in there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Mike off the hook for once we landed. It would have been Bobby's wife. Toothpaste on the mirror. I did realize I had a shower curtain. So that was my really embarrassing dumbass moment of the week as I flooded my bathroom and I didn't think there was any shower curtain in there. But Kristen was talking about handprints.
She just said, I guess it wasn't the actual room. Her complaint was the cleaning staff. She's like, they didn't clean the mirror or the soap scum out of the shower. She's like, they didn't clean this up. So she cleaned it. But then we did have my shower backed up and I think Ruben's backed up at one point. It just didn't drain very fast was all.
So my issue, I didn't notice this until the very end, but you know how in the shower they had those 3 dispensers for the soap, the conditioner? One of the caps came off. It came off.
No cap.
And the mold and gunk underneath the cap.
Oh, no.
I almost got out of the shower, mid-shower. I was like, oh, no.
Now, we have to nominate ourselves. We did complain about the parking flood.
Oh, the parking
when we first arrived.
Yeah.
It was flooded.
Which is funny because then once it stopped flooding, we were like, we should go back to the other garage.
Yeah.
Like we started parking in the garage that we had to go in because it had flooded.
Yeah, I think that is is a force majeure, act of God.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna blame the hotel for that. It's act of God.
Okay.
But I think it was still that was unfortunate.
I think Tim gets a thumbs up for the hotel. I think the hotel was pretty good.
It's fine. Yeah,
Totally fine.
It was fine. Most likely to get yelled at by the pit boss. That was Bobby was the favorite, followed by Chia Follow. I don't think anybody got into a run-in.
I tried to draw them off sides.
Yeah.
One time. I was trying to signal to you while you were playing blackjack. I was trying to just rub my nose or pull my ear and just see what they would do.
Yeah, dude, you don't want to do that, man. We'll get in the back room with a hammer and a saw with our hand on the table. And then finally, who will sample the least amount of local flair? This is my favorite category. Broadaside as the favorite. I didn't even think Bobby. It didn't even dawn on me that he would not sample the local flair.
But I did.
You did. I said who would sample the least amount.
Are we talking about the local food?
Yeah.
What did you sample?
I went to the Italian restaurant and we did the steak place and I went and got Mexican food with Kristen and stuff. I was out and about.
Okay. I don't know the others. I don't know what Hagelin ate.
I think Hagee brought back McDonald's or something when I saw him in the hallway. So I think it'd be Hagee.
Okay.
Yeah, I did do the McDonald's one day for lunch. I was meeting my neighbor at the Mirage, and I was starving. I just needed something. I grabbed the dollar menu, which is ironically no longer $1 anymore.
Right.
In Vegas, it's like $4.
Dude, everything was outrageously priced out there.
Crazy. I don't know how people live out there.
It's tourist city for a reason, I guess.
Yeah, I assume it's way cheaper off the strip, but even still, man, that city, if you're going to go there and you're going to spend your own money to get there, take a mortgage out.
All right. Mike Bassick and the KMC Masterpiece are ready for baseball season with the Super Bowl over and done with. Let's see how much they celebrate Mahomes and the start of the Rangers next in KMC Crosstalk 105.3 The Fan. But a couple days, y'all. Valentine's.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
McKinnon is in at running back. First down and goal to go. Play action fake. Right side throw. Touchdown! Kansas City! McCole Hardman with the catch on the right side. A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22. And the Chiefs Kingdom has started its own history class.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you play the corresponding San Francisco call at all?
No.
Oh, yeah. He just goes, he throws, he's open. It's a touchdown.
Oh, really?
He just sounds like it's the most boring play that has ever happened. I get it. Like, you're sad. And then eventually one of the guys goes, dang it.
On San Francisco.
Yes.
Maybe my favorite moment of the night was my middle son, Carter, decided he was rooting for the Niners. And all night long, I was like, oh, look at the score. Look at the score. Oh, imagine rooting for the Chiefs. Oh, and he talked so much trash the entire game. And whenever